after the joining, after the union, which crown he had used. He made a new one, the double, the double crown. What is what is the double crown? It's the white and the red together. So they have the white crown of Upper Egypt, the red crown of Lower Egypt, and the double crown. It had been used after the joining between Upper and Lower Egypt. The Egyptian history is very old, very old. To make a mummy. More. The name of Nefertiti. Men, they like to have Tutankhamun or Ramses the
neighborhood in Egypt.
Yes. You will see the Nile very well after 3 minutes.
Picture of the Nile River here. The apartments here are considered to be very expensive. View of the Nile.
Fred and I are in front of the Egyptian Museum here in Cairo, hoping to get my camera back from our tour guide. It's gotten very crowded. We were the first group in. We're also the first group back out in front. This is papyrus plant in front of the Egyptian Museum, and also the lotus that was used to crush up to make perfume.
You get those, you said like communion cups, but would you get those what in Israel?
Hello. Oh, this is not good. Hello. Hello. Excuse me, we have a space here just to be able to see everything. We have a space on both sides, so you can come closer and right. So, have you seen this plant before?
Yes.
Have you been to the Egyptian Museum?
Yes.
Oh, right, great. So, this is the papyrus plant. This is the same plant, exactly the same plant they used in the ancient days for making the first kind of paper ever made by a human being. Before the paper, before anything like this, the ancient Egyptians considered this plant as a holy plant in the ancient days because of 2 main reasons. The first reason, the flower of the plant takes the shape of the sun rays, which was the symbol of God Amun-Ra, the god of sun in the ancient time. Hamad Asad. Hamad Asad. The second reason, the stem. As you see, it's triangular shape in the ancient days as well. Right? That's the only plant which has this pyramidal shape, by the way. Have you been there too, or not yet? Not yet.
Going up here.
It's too cold. Up there it's too cold. It is warm. So to make the paper itself, first thing we do is just we decide the size. So the plant grows over 5 meters, by the way, especially in the summertime, because it needs very hot weather and lots of water in the same time. So we just decide a small one, like this size here, for example. And then we remove the outer green skin. This part is very strong and it's very flexible as well. In the old time, they used it for making things like robes, hats, baskets, sandals, and so on. So this is the main part we use for making the paper itself. We just divide it into slices like this. You see the slices now are so fragile just because the slices contain lots of water, sugar, and also fibers inside. To make these slices flexible, you have to reduce the water first, and also you break the fibers inside the slices just by using this rolling pin, like this. You know, every woman nowadays uses this at home for heating husband if he comes late. That's universal, except the Egyptian wife actually. She uses knives. In the ancient days, they used to eat these slices, by the way. They used to, suck it like sugar cane, for example. So, now you see it's flexible and stronger than before, right? And then we put the slices in the water for 2 days to reduce the sugar in the slices. We have to change the water every day. Only 2 days in the water to get this color here, the white or the yellowish paper. But you see yourself, the color completely changed, gets dark, white. So 10 days or 15 days in the water to get the dark brownish paper, like those there. The brownish papyrus is exactly the same quality, but it takes long time to make the paper or to paint on it as well. After the time in the water, we arrange the slices in horizontal and vertical positions, just between 2 pieces of carpet like this, or 2 pieces of cotton. In the ancient days, they didn't have the same materials. They used animal skins, by the way. So we arrange the slices overlapping system and so on. Like this, for example. So, till we complete the sheet we want, right? Where are you from?
Tennessee.
Oh, USA. All of you.
Yes.
So make me famous there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And now we keep all the slices under this press here for 6 days more. In the ancient time, they used heavy stones, by the way. They didn't have the same thing. Right? So, and now we'll wait. 6 days. So, during the 6 days under the press, the slices stick together naturally because of the cellulose inside the fibers. That acts like a natural glue. We don't add any chemical materials at all, by the way. And then we just get a piece of paper exactly like this. You can see the paper is white, strong, and it's very flexible as well, accept any type of colors, watercolor, oil color, whatever. Also, against the light, you can see, can you see this? The horizontal and vertical arrangement, like this, right? So after that, we just send it to the schools of fine art to be painted there exactly like all these scenes you see around here. So this is about the paper. You know already the story behind the Judgment Day, right? The weighing of the heart and so on. It's the same story and it's the same idea, but this is exactly like the copy we have. This is not exactly like the one you saw in the Egyptian Museum anyway. And it doesn't have, the one in the Egyptian Museum, it doesn't have all the gods like this in the ancient days. This is the other copy we have in the British Museum in London, and it's actually the only complete story of the Judgment Day. Full gods and full story of the Judgment Day. The second famous one after the Judgment Day, it's the Egyptian calendar. It's the first calendar in history, by the way. The original one of these was here in Egypt in Dendera Temple. That's very close to Upper Egypt. It was a piece of a stone in the ceiling itself. Nowadays, the original one of these is the one we have in the Louvre Museum in Paris. So,
putting our names, king and queen, on the papyrus. We are now behind the Great Pyramid, doing a panoramic of the desert.
Maybe out of breathe. Ooh. Okay, here we go.
Khufu, Pyramid of Khufu, or Cheops. Get a picture of Shane now. Get a picture of Shane now with this camera. I can get one thing.
Nice. American, huh? Excuse me.
Venezuelan.
American?
Venezuelan.
Nice to meet you, sir. You hate same in America.
Yeah.
You're lucky man, sir. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think they need to cut down the pollution, man. You can't even see the pyramids. The Giza Plateau.
Good morning. It is Thursday morning and 12:30, 2010. We're outside the hotel waiting for our group. About 7:30. Coretta and Tish are standing on the balcony talking. Beautiful hotel here in Cairo. Right behind us is the Sheraton Dreamland, which is a theme park.
It's a dream for any Egyptian to buy a house, to buy an apartment overlooking the Nile. To buy a house overlooking the Nile is something very, very expensive. Same like the sea view back home. This is a very beautiful, lovely area of Cairo in front of you now. Amigo! I like his sense of humor. Please come closer. Por favor.
He's talking to you, bro.
The mosque first. Some information about this fantastic building I'd like to tell you. When it's nice and clear, over there far at the horizon, you can see the pyramids, you see the Tower of Cairo, you see most of the city of Cairo. In a nice clear day, you can see most of the city of Cairo. Even you can see my house, but not today. Not today, my friends, very hazy. Let me take you inside the mosque. Some information I need to tell you about this building, then after that, Ramses, this is the open courtyard of the mosque. Right there, that is the place where the people they wash the feet and the hands. As a Muslim, before you enter the mosque, you have to clean up. You have to wash up the feet, the hands 3 times each. Some Muslims, they do that home before they come to the mosque, and some people they do it on the spot. Once they arrive at the mosque, they go right there to wash their feet and hands before they do any service inside the mosque. You see the alabaster stone everywhere around you. This is the local Egyptian marble, alabaster stone. That's why we call this mosque the Alabaster Mosque of Muhammad Ali. The clock, the famous clock, the famous French clock, we have it over there. And as you see, the clock, it doesn't work and never worked before. We do have the minaret of the mosque. We have 2. This one and the other one over there. Each one of them is about 85 meters high. Each one of them, it has inside a staircase 255 steps. Before, long time ago, the high priest of the mosque had to take the steps the whole way up to the top of the minaret, calling to prayers 5 times a day. Nowadays, it's much easier for the high priest. It's loudspeakers and microphone. Please follow me inside the mosque. Some information I need to tell you. Great mosque of Muhammad Ali. 20 years it took to build this beautiful mosque. This mosque, it's known as Muhammad Ali Mosque, Alabaster Mosque, and the Citadel Mosque. Muhammad Ali Mosque, because of the builder, the owner, Muhammad Ali, the king of Egypt 200 years ago. Alabaster Mosque, because of the local Egyptian marble, the alabaster stone can be found everywhere, inside and outside the mosque. Citadel Mosque, because of the location. We are inside the citadel of Saladin, the fortress of Saladin. Still, many local people, they like to call this building the Alabaster Mosque. Muhammad Ali, the great king of Egypt, after his death, he asked it to be buried here, inside the mosque of him. The mausoleum, the tomb of Muhammad Ali, is over there at the corner on the left hand side. That is the mausoleum, the tomb of Muhammad Ali. In the free time, I'd like you to go closer to see how it looks like, that beautiful tomb, that beautiful mausoleum of Muhammad Ali, over there on the left hand side at the corner. When you come to the mosque, as you see, all the people, they have to take the shoes off. Respecting the house of the God, and to keep the place clean and tidy, as you see. When you come to the mosque, my friends, you have to put your face that way, facing Mecca, the east. So as a Muslim, when I come to the mosque, my face should be that way, looking up to Mecca, the east. Mecca is our holy place, as you know. 1500 years ago, Prophet Muhammad, the founder of Islam, he was born there in Mecca, and he received the message. He received the holy book, the Quran, from the God in Mecca. So during the service, your face should be facing Mecca, that way. The most impressive part of this construction is the ceiling, the roof. Look at the beautiful ceiling. Look at the green color, blue color. Look at the color glass. Amazing. Everything is still the original up until now. Everything. Colors, the alabaster, everything is still the original. Friday, our holy day. On Friday, large number of Muslims, they come to the mosque to attend the big ceremony, the big service on Friday. On Friday, large number of Muslims, they come over here, and
They come to our country, we can't make them do what we do. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, we can make the big shoes.
Land of the free.
On the brave.
On the brave.
It's pretty cool here.
And we
2 weeks ago. It's a very important match for the two teams. You can say the winner tonight, he will be the winner of the league. Still have some matches, but the match will put him closer to the championship, to the league. At the same time, many Egyptians, they do have cable, satellite cable, and they watch the English league.
I'm at the St. Catherine Hotel, Mount Sinai. A little cool this morning.
Well, this is our hotel room at the Dead Sea. Or, no, excuse me, this is our hotel room at Mount Sinai. Extremely rustic, primitive, old worn out refrigerator, old worn out bed, awful heating system, ceiling tiles. Rain ran in everywhere. It rained, big rain night before last. And everything looks rough here. The condition is very bad, but the views are breathtaking. It's cold here, probably low 40s, maybe upper 30s.
December 31st, 2010. I'm about froze at the 4-star hotel at St. Catherine's. However, we're at Mount Sinai today. This is St. Catherine's Monastery. I think I'm a little hoarse. But it's a cool morning. I don't know if you can see my breath or not. But the monastery's closed today, so we walked up here. We didn't take the hike up to top of Mount Sinai, the midnight hike as we had planned. See the cap?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. I'd say that's gotta be it.
Yep.
It's the only thing that makes any sense.
So that's Mount Sinai, that's behind the, up there? I don't see anybody up there looking off.
I'm not sure you can see the top.
Here is the valley where the children of Israel would have encamped at the foot of Mount Sinai. You can see the mountain go up. And there is the top of Mount Sinai. St. Catherine's Monastery is there in the distance. Good morning. It is 6:15 on January the 1st, 2011, looking out of our room over the Dead Sea. We had a group of our folks who went down to get into the water this morning. beautiful Dan Hotel. You can see the sun rising over the Jordanian mountains. Beautiful, beautiful sight.
Nighttime mode.
I'm not getting it.
Sun's on.
Is that inside? Oh yeah, he's videoing.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna totally see.
That is pretty wild.
I promise it gets better.
It's poor little legs.
Oh dang!
Oh boy, my head will be cold.
No, I'm gonna go down here and do it.
Like an umbrella. Did you see it out there? I don't know. Maybe it's a little table I can see.
Okay, alright, let's go.
That's why you want us to go on.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Right.
Probably gonna what? Sure.
Oh, look at Bill. This is
Not really, I'm keeping mine closed.
Shark!
Oh wow, it feels really good.
Take it like a man.
He's trying to get his picture.
I found a warm spot, guys. A warm spot? Oh, it's warm right here. It really is.
You'll get a good picture there.
Who was screaming out there?
Alright.
Yes.
That's
I
too
can't.
bad.
Let me get all of you.
I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Hey, what is it? You got your phone?
Boy, yeah.
Anything to do with the water, he knows.
Behold.
Have Shane and Emily seen the Dead Sea before?
Yeah. You're killing it.
What's he doing?
He's chattering back there.
That's like the way I felt when we first started.
Stay down in the water, you will stay in the water.
What kind of warm right now?
What's going on, man?
You're on video, dude.
Stick the camera on that tripod and come on here. Oh wait, no, bro. Hey, man. Let's see, 2010, or 2011, January 1st.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What a way to spend the New Year. The point of the... Oh, it's in a video. Okay. I'm posing for okay.
Yeah, it's a video.
We're going all the way to that island over there. We'll see you in a moment. Actually, I guess you could swim.
We'll get there eventually. Okay, I can't feel anything now.
You know what's
There
weird?
are no more rocks to stand on.
Whoa! Like, we could actually... That's weird. You could actually get all the way to the island.
Oh, easily.
Because we're not...
It'll just take us a while.
Yeah.
We're not...
Attempt to hold myself up. Unbelievable. I'm in the Dead Sea. Woo! You get it? Not at all. All right, just get a picture and I'll get out. You got it?
Just stay there.
Shot the ground on that one.
So we in the house and call my name.
I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of movement in this video.
I saw that sign back there.
I want you to imagine carrying baskets of food and pots and stuff of that snake bass to make hair of that. Well, I'm sure they'll, and if you were not doing your job, I'm sure they'll just push you off.
I guess that's, I mean, it's like
Shot of the snake
Traveling up to the top of Masada on a tram car. Saturday, January 1st, 2011.
It was green.
See the snake path there?
Yeah. I've actually done it.
I'm sure they had some stuff they were out.
2011. Happy New Year, Masada. They quarried, they brought it up top, and they built these buildings from. You are going to see this black line in all the national parks authorities. The black line, this is the line, everything below it is original as it has been found, and everything on top, it has been restored. When we say restored, this doesn't mean that we brought the stones from somewhere else. When we found it, these stones were fallen nearby this wall, and these archaeologists, they tried to match it in its original place. Okay, this is the model of Hall Masada. This is the Northern Palace with its 3 levels, and this is the area of the sea over here. And Josephus Flavius, the historians, they do say that he wrote his story from down here, so he saw this, but he couldn't see the Western Palace, and that's why he didn't mention this, although this is much bigger than the northern one. This is the breaching area, this is the bathhouse, the synagogue, the Northern Palace, and the residential area, and over here the storehouses. All the edges, it has been occupied, and he let all his soldiers and their families to live on. If in any case of danger, these people will be killed first, and he will have time to run and escape. This is always has been like this in ancient days, even in Beit Sha'an, in Masada, in Megiddo, and so on. Always these emperors, kings, and so on, they choose the safest point, and in the center, in case enemies they fight and or siege or something, they have the time to run and escape. Okay, shall we start? So these are the storehouses. When they excavate the area, they found jars full of figs, oil, olives, you know, wheat, and so on. This means these people, they didn't die from hunger, as some they do claim, but they committed suicide, as Josephus Flavius says.
Historians, they do say after they did excavate the whole site in 1963, more than 31 countries came over together to excavate the site. They found only 18 of the Northern Palace. What?
Most expanded.
Yeah. Very, very, very elaborate bathhouse. And it used to be public. Every single place, city, fortress, we did excavate, we found only one bathhouse and one latrine, which means it used to be unisex. Both of them using the same place, same spot. The area where we are standing right now, it is over here. It used to be nicely paved with, you can see part of these mosaics over there, and pillared all over. The inner part, it's paneled with opus sectile. Opus sectile is triangles, different colors, one opposite the other, and it is the second inexpensive after the mosaic. As soon as they enter the first room, which is the frigidarium, the cold room, they start taking off their clothes, and then they enter to the epidarium. Epidarium, it's the warm room. Before they sit here, they just enter to the cold pool, dip themselves in, and then they come over here to do massage, manicure, pedicure, and all these things. And then they enter into the furnace room, which is the sauna of today and the most important room we are going to talk about when we get inside. All the bathhouse, it used to be painted with frescoes. You know, the churches, you see all these paintings on the wall, okay? It's called frescoes. So all frescoes used to be painted. Why the frescoes doesn't fall like our painting today? Today we paint after a few months, it starts falling down and so on. Whenever they plaster the wall, when it is still wet, the artist will come over and start painting on the wet wall. So when it dries, the plaster, it dries with it, it absorbs all the paint and it dries together. And this is how it doesn't fall down. Okay, let's go in. Okay, will you please come over? Let them pass. This is the furnace room. The furnace is outside. Slaves keep putting wood on fire, so the water will keep boiling. Steam will enter inside. There is two floors, as you see. One elevated 70 centimeters from the lower one. Okay, so the steam will come in through these pillars and it will heat the upper floor. Like this, they got a hot floor. How to heat the walls? They brought these hollow bricks, put it all over. The steam is supposed to escape. You cannot trap the steam. Okay, so they put all these hollow bricks. After heating the whole floor, the steam will go through these hollow bricks, and there is an opening in the ceiling. Then the steam will escape from up top like this. They got a hot wall, and then as soon this steam will escape, it will get in touch with the outer air, and then the dropping of water will fall down. It's the same system as the sauna of today, but today you turn on the switch, you open the door, you sit, and so on. But the system itself, it is taken from the Romans. Then, after they sit here, they finish doing the sauna. They are not allowed to leave from here. This is a new opening. It has been opened in order to make an easy access in and out. They're supposed to return backwards to the warm room to lower down their body temperature, dip themselves in the cold pool, out to dry themselves in the frigidarium room, put their clothes on and leave. Otherwise, if they leave from here, they will get sick because the body temperature here is, it will be very high and it might be outside cold. Okay? Good. where slaves used to bring the water from the lower cisterns, bring them over. They dump the water in this small pool over here, and it flows the filtered water over here. So it is like decanting, filtering the water. As soon as they bring the water from down, they put it in the small pool, sorry. They keep filling it, and from the edge, the water will start slipping down, the clean water. And all the rubble, the mud, and so on, it will stay, it will rest in the small pool. It's much easier to clean the small pool rather than to clean the whole cistern. Let's go down to the model, water model, to see how they used to. No?
It could.
Yeah, because all the plaster, you see, it's broken. The people living over there, the houses, the army, and so on. The average rainfall on top of Masada is only 30 millimeter per year. It's nothing, you know. So what they did, what they thought, how Herod found a way in order to store water for these people on top for a few years. All the plateau in front of you, they wanted to collect the water from this plateau. The moment it rains in Jerusalem, half an hour later, the whole area here will be flooded. Because Jerusalem is 825 meters, we are 400 meters below sea level. So we are talking about 1200 meter difference. So by gravity, all the water will come to the area of the Dead Sea. And this is how these people thought during floods to collect the water. This is considered as the flood, where it goes. You see, it filled all the cisterns here. You see the holes here? These are cisterns, like the ones we saw it down there. And then slaves will come down on donkeys, collect the water, bring it up top, and supply the whole area with water.
Get those ninjas on camera.
Whoa, now. I bet that's gonna look good in video.
You can stabilize it later.
Not that big of a whack.
It's beyond.
I can't see it. Yes, they can. They're taking our picture.
So they're doing a recon.
More dragging.
There's people
Yeah.
the claustrophobia,
Well, it's pretty cool seeing this from this way. The actual
I guess trust to look at it really closely. You know, was too. They look like
Yep, she stopped. They were like looking up like, why didn't I take the picture?
Got her hands on her hips.
Yeah.
Why did I do this?
Yeah, it's a universal.
She's like, why did I do that?
Of course, I probably did the same thing.
The Universal out of shape signs.
Yeah. Hey, there's some nuns. Or not
This is Swiss cake. This is perfect. By the way, all the kids all around the world. No, the only ones.
It was hot this morning.
No, it was not.
That means one of the trams fall, the other fall,
I suspect so.
You take pictures of the tram coming this way. It's like war of the pictures.
Since I grew up, my mother used or imported anything from Jerusalem because they knew that the people in Jerusalem, they were corrupt. And we know about the corruption from our Lord Jesus Christ when he entered the temple and he turned upside down the tables, the money changers and the peddlers and so on. And they never believed in anything which comes from Jerusalem. And these people, they used to manufacture their own pottery over here. According to the kosher law, It's not allowed to eat in the same dish or utensil, meat meal and dairy meal. So I don't know if you noticed, breakfast time, all the set which we ate, it's totally different than the set we ate dinner time the night before. And that's what you are going to see also in Tiberia. These people, the only people were using the same utensil to use the same one for both meals, for dairy and meat, because they believe they are clean, ritual, and whatever they use and whatever they manufacture, it will be clean. Okay? Used to copy. Don't forget this word. These people, they did nothing to the Bible except copying. It's like a Xerox machine. Every single letter they used to take it from the Bible, copy it on these parchments, and if they commit any mistake, they used to discard the whole parchment and start from the very beginning. And in order to complete the whole book, they used to sew these parchments together and roll it. You know, the Torah, it's supposed to be scrolled not in a shape of a book, but actually you are going to see one of these Torahs in a book shape when we will be in the Israeli Museum in the Shrine of the Book. It's called the Aleppo Codex. As we said before, the ink they used to copy these parchments, it is from charcoal, used to crush it, soak it in water, and write these parchments. This is a replica of a parchment. You are going also to see the original one in the museum. And these people, they copied all the book of the Bible except one book, the book of Esther. If you read the book of Esther from the beginning till the end, you will never come across the word God. So that's why they did refrain from copying that book. The window out on your left side, this is some findings, original pieces of baskets, handles, combs, and ropes. The dining room, as you saw in the audiovisual, they used to eat in reverent silence, and this is the small pottery storeroom where they used to put their utensils over there. It's like our kitchen today. You stack all your glasses, dishes in cabinets and so on. Just behind that umbrella where the man is standing, 3 years ago, we did excavate that site and we found the Qumran cemetery. Over there we found skeletons of men, women, and kids. And this contradicts what all the books has been published before, that these people, they were celibate. Now we discovered that the families, they were over here, kids and females. Their bones used to be, we found them pinkish. Why it is turned to pink? Because they used to eat a lot of dates, and since there is a high rate of iron and metals in dates, that's why it colored their bones. Please.
The refectory where they eat at, and the pottery storeroom, kitchen.
But this stone fall down from the top opening, and he heard the crack, and the story, as I told you, he did climb and start breaking, hoping to find gold treasure and so on. There is another caves up top. You see total of 11 caves and 14,000 parchments has been found in these caves. Not all of them they were accurate. There is some with mistakes, but as soon they found them, they mixed them all together. It seems to be there were some jars, you know, like the trash bin. They put them aside, but when they found them, they were excited. They collect them all together, and now we started to discover that there are so many of these parchments are with mistakes. The Dead Sea Scrolls came to prove that the Bible which we are using right now today is accurate 100%, not like so many people, they do claim that it is corrupted Bible. Moving everything upside down, making all these hills all around. They took them from here with the jeep and deported them. Later on, Catherine Kenyon from the British School of Archaeology, she came over and she dug the site for 5 years, and she came across this tower, this watchtower, and she got excited. She called the reporters and she said, in 5 years, all what I found, this foundation of a watchtower, no walls ever existed in Jericho. The next day, they came over with a jeep and deported her. Because if she proves no walls ever existed in Jericho, this means our Bible is corrupt. Because it's very clear in the Bible that they went all around the walls of Jericho and tumbled down. This lady, she's supposed to know, you know, that she's not going to see standing wall, because according to the Bible, it did collapse, fall down. And at the moment she found a watchtower, she should know that she should dig all around, and for sure she's going to find part of that wall fallen down, because every few meters, 10, 20, 30 meters, you'll find a watchtower. Another 20, 30, 50 meters, whatever, another watchtower. So if she came across a watchtower, for sure, if she kept digging all around, she will come across the fallen wall. Last month, the Palestinian Authority, they just signed a contract with the School of Archaeology from Germany and Italy, and they are coming to excavate the site for 7 years in sequence. But I will tell you from now, whatever they find, and their job won't be easy, because whatever they will find, it won't be in its original place. Because these kids from Chicago, they moved everything from its original place. Look over here, you see mud bricks. When Kathleen Canyon, she dug over here, she didn't come across these mud bricks. This, we started to see it only from 1 year. You know, from the rain, floods. It flushed all this and it showed the mud bricks. So this might be part of the wall which used to surround Jericho at that time.
Welcome to Beth Shean, also known as Sephopolis, one of the 10 cities of the Decapolis. One of my favorite areas to go to. A Hellenistic city, the Cardo, that you can see in the background. And the Phaedra. To your right, you would have the theater. I think they've excavated the Hippodrome since we've been here.
Excellent.
So I'm anxious to go down and look at the Roman guttering and architecture.
Gabe Gilad came over and put them down and took them over and buried them. The Israelite kingdom, it took over, and this kingdom has been destroyed by the Assyrian. The Assyrians came over, destroyed, and you know about the Assyrian exile, and you know also about the Babylonian exile. They faced 2 exiles. Then the Hellenistic period, these people, they were playing in between the Romans and the Israelites, and even at that time, the Jews, when they used to build their synagogues, they used to put pagan statues, and even on the floor, the mosaics used to be figurines and so on, and pictures, although in Judaism it's not allowed, it's like Islam. Then the Roman Empire came over and ruled the country until Queen Helen convinced her son Constantine to convert the whole empire into Christianity. The Romans over here, they did flourish a lot. They built Cardo Maximanus, linked the city from north to south, Decumanus, linking the city from east to west, plus the theater, amphitheater, hippodrome, and also they built a pagan temple on top of the hill, which later on during the Byzantine period, the pagan temple has been destroyed and replaced by a very big basilica on top, which we are going to see it on the model. Early Muslims, as usual, they came over, they destroyed everything over here, and sorry, but this is the facts, you know. And Beit Shean at that time, it was Scythopolis. It was one of the 10 decapolises. It was very, very important. And these people, they came over, they destroyed everything. Only they kept a very small part over there, where is the pillars. Okay, it used to be the palace of the Caesar, and they settled over there until the Crusaders came over and liberate the Holy Land from the hands of the Muslims. The main reason why the Crusaders came over to this land, because it was not safe for the Christians to come over from the north and the south to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, because the Muslims used to steal, kill, and rape their wives. And that's why all these news went to Europe, and they got frustrated, and they sent all these crusades over to liberate. Unfortunately, they started to fight 5 countries, 5 languages, 5 cultures, you know. Nowadays we have 1 country, and they do fight in the parliament and so on. And they did many mistakes, and everyone wanted to be the boss, the ruler, and so on. It ended up that the Mamluks, which the Egyptian brought from Eastern Europe to Egypt to be slaves, they joined the army, and they became a very big power and revolted over the Egyptian regime, and they took over, and they started to conquer all over the Middle East, and they came over here and conquered the Crusaders and obliged them to leave the country. The Ottomans came over from 1517 to 1917. 400 years, nothing was done by the Ottomans. Only the main thing they used to be worried about is to collect taxes. So they didn't do anything in this country, and then the 20th century, the war came over, erupted, and Israel occupied the land, and by accident, Beit She'an has been discovered. A lady used to live nearby over here, came over with her kid, you know, with a shovel and a small bucket, which we take over to the beach, you know, to play kids with the sand. And while he was digging, he came across a very nice piece of marble. She looked at it and it was shiny. So she called the Ministry of Antiquity. They came over and they discovered that this is Beit She'an. Before that, nobody knew that this is Beit She'an. And all around, it has been walled from all sides. And as we said before, these are whom? You tell me. The houses for whom these?
Soldiers.
Or, no, not soldiers.
Rich people.
No. Near the walls.
Slaves.
The regular people, you know. Residential areas.
Protect the inside.
If the enemy tried to conquer, to come over, they will start killing these people until they reach the palace. They need time. In this case, the royal family will escape, will run away. This we did explain today, you remember? Okay? So, from this point up over there, this is the national park of today. All this space is the new city over there. It has been built over this part, over these ruins. So, no residential area from here. The wall from here, it used to be lower than the wall over here, because here it has been secured by the brook. The brook, the river, very strong over here, okay? The Silvanus Street, the theater over there, the bathhouse, and over here the pagan temple, which has been replaced later on by the Byzantines by a big basilica on top. Okay? So, we'll give you half an hour. If you would like to go down, you can start.
We're in the amphitheater of Beit She'an. Seating of the amphitheater. These corridors would lead to vomitariums that the audience would use after they had overindulged.
That's a good combination.
Man,
Hello,
man, I am barely. Can you hear me, BJ? I am barely listening, my boy. We need to come here, right? Yeah, the street was not years ahead. Drainage would be no problem. Idiot. What you mean? I didn't go there. Another section over there that wasn't even here when we were here in 07.
Good morning. It's January the 2nd, Sunday morning, here from our balcony on the Sea of Galilee, the city of Tiberias. You You can see the sunrise coming over the Golan Heights. You can see a boat. Beautiful place to be. It's Sunday morning, January the 2nd, here on the Sea of Galilee. Just a few minutes after 6 a.m. We're fixing to have worship services. Again, another shot of the Sea of Galilee. Picture of our beautiful suite here. All right, be careful on the gangplank.
Of the Lake of Tiberia looks like that shape. Sea of Tiberia, when the Romans came over, they built the city and they named it after their Caesar, Tiberius Caesar. So that's why we do have three names for the same location. Fresh water coming from three rivers from the north, from the Banias and Dan and Hasbani. They joined together to form the Jordan River, get into the Lake of Tiberia, and from the Lake of Tiberia it continues going down to the south until it reaches the Dead Sea. So what theologians and Bible study teachers, what they do explain this phenomena, that the three rivers in the north, the Banias, the Dan, and the Hasbani, these are the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. They join together to be one. Jesus Christ, or the Holy Spirit, sorry. Then it comes over to the Lake of Tiberia, the womb of Virgin Mary, then delivered Jesus. He does his ministry and continue his way down to Jerusalem, where he was crucified for our sins. 22 kilometers in length, 11 kilometers in width, fresh water, 22 kinds of fish we do have in the Lake of Tiberia, and the most famous one is the tilapia, the St. Peter fish. Jesus centered his ministry in this area. And if you want to count the miracles Jesus did in this area, there are so many. From feeding the 5,000, feeding the 4,000, calming the storm, walking on water, healing Peter's mother-in-law, sending Peter to catch the fish and to find the coin, casting out the 2 legions of demons out of the 2 men and sending them into the herd of swine, healing the bleeding woman, giving the sermon on the mountain, and many much more. We do believe that Jesus did other many miracles, and they were not recorded because these disciples, they were not with him during these miracles. When Jesus wanted to come over from Nazareth to Tiberia, just behind this mountain, Arbel mountain, there is the Pigeon Valley, and this is from where they used to come over from Nazareth, cross the way and reach the area of Tiberia. Jesus in this area, he cursed 3 cities when he said, "Woe to you, Chorazim, Bethsaida, and Capernaum. If the miracles I did in you, I did it in Sodom and Gomorrah, they would have repented." He got upset from them because so many miracles he did in these 3 cities, and even though they didn't believe in him. Golan Heights, maybe you came across this word, you know the name? Golan Heights is the northern eastern side of the lake, and according to the international border, Syria owns 1/4 of the water in the Sea of Galilee. So if peace one day will prevail, the northern eastern quarter of the Lake of Tiberia, including the water, is supposed to be returned back to the Syrians. Tony? And it presses on water, and this is how the wind starts and the waves, and actually it looked like a storm. There is two sides of the lake. We have the eastern side on your right side and the western side. During Jesus' time, that side used to be inhabited by the Gentiles. That area, Gergesa, Kursi, where he casted the 2 legion of demons, put them in the herd of swine, and also where he fed the 4,000. And the western side is this side where the Jews used to live at that time. Sometimes when you read the gospel, you come across miracles happened here around the Lake of Tiberia, and sometimes Jesus says, go home and don't tell anybody. And sometimes he says, go and tell everybody. My goodness, what's going on? Why he is mixing up with us, you know? So every time Jesus did a miracle in the eastern side of the lake, where the Gentiles used to live, he used to say, go and tell everybody. And every time he used to perform a miracle in the Jewish side, the western side, he used to say, go home and don't tell anybody. Not because he used to be afraid from the Jews, but you know, they used to chase him, follow him, grumble, criticize, and so on. And he doesn't want to make any problems anymore with these people.
Is that what you wanted?
January the 2nd, 2011. Still got it.
Kind of scary.
Happy New Year.
Well, we'll Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Teaching. We use a lot of our video and teaching.
What are you talking about? This is an English one. No, this is an Israeli one.
Oh, that could be a holy sparrow. You're the holy land, that'd be a holy sparrow.
And they said, some say that thou art John the Baptist, some Elijah, and others Jeremiah, or one of the prophets. He saith unto them, but whom say ye that I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus answered and said unto him, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say also unto thee, that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee the keys to the kingdom of heaven. And whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Then charged he his disciples that they should tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ. May the Lord bless us in the reading and in the hearing.
I'm here today at the Temple of Pan at Caesarea Philippi. I'm actually standing in the court of Nemesis. Over here would have been the Temple of Zeus. This was a Romanized city that the Tetrarch or Ethnarch Philip resided at. He was ruler of this region. There's a spring Banias that comes out of here, one of the three sources of the Jordan River. Yeah.
2011, here at the city of Dan, believed to be where the altar was made and where they carried out the sacrifices.
Boaz up to the gate. Who is Boaz? Anybody knows?
Whose husband? Would become the husband of Ruth. Yeah.
Of Ruth?
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody knows his kid? Kid's name?
Obed.
And?
Jesse.
Excellent.
David. And then David.
Excellent. Very good.
This area around the field can give you a little bit of a... Did he tell us to go this way, or he said maybe it's more? Oh, okay. He doesn't understand. Very good.
They opened the church if somebody wants to go and visit. But this is the area. It used to be open, you know, no plantation. This part it used to be open and looked like an amphitheater. When they followed Jesus, they did see them over here and somewhere in this area, we don't know exactly where, he started to think they were doing something. Anybody has a Bible? Matthew 5. It's nice to read some. These verses over here. You have your Bible?
I have my iPod that has a Bible on it. New generation.
Throw it away, replace it with green ones. All around the room used to be a low bench, daytime to sit and eat on and nighttime to sleep on. Windows, look to the windows from here. They are lower than our standard windows today. Today, if you are living on the ground floor, I just walk nearby, I turn like this, I can see through, right? But here, if you walk nearby these windows, you won't see anything. If you want to look and see, you should bow down to sneak and look what's going on. Early Christians, they used it as Domus Ecclesias. Domus Ecclesias is underground rooms and caves where these brothers and sisters used to pray away from their enemies because they were persecuted in early days. Later on, during the Byzantine period, this has been carpeted with mosaic. Part of it is over there, and nowadays they just designed to build a church on top of Peter's Insula, and they wanted to look like an ancient boat, but it ended up to look like a space saucer.
This is the 5th century octagonal church.
Yeah, if you look at it, it looked like space saucer, open from all sides, and octagonal, okay? Preach about the bread of life. The synagogue which Jesus preached in used to be from black basaltic stone, which is the native stone of Tiberia. Millions of years ago, a volcano erupted over here, and this volcanic stones or basaltic stones became the native stones of Galilee. It has been destroyed by an earthquake, and then the Byzantines on the 4th century, they came over. They wanted to commemorate what happened over here with Jesus. They built the synagogue from white limestone on the same spot, same location, under the same dimensions, but from limestone. Also, this synagogue has been destroyed by an earthquake, and it has been used as a church during the Byzantine period. So, somewhere over here, Jesus stood, and you might be sitting or standing or walking on the same spot Jesus walked 2,000 years ago. We are going to read. We need your technology. We are going.
Find that verse about a million years ago.
I'll know the story real quick. Jesus ministers up here for some time. I mentioned to you earlier that, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow, but there were 2 points in the record as you read the gospel.
This is the crusher, the basin with the hole, rolling stone and a hole. In these 2 holes, 2 beams, wooden beams, tied together from this side, and from the other side it's supposed to be long and tied to an animal. And he keeps going around, rotating, and the farmer will sprinkle the olives in the basin. And like this will rotate this rolling stone, and it will crush the olives. Then he will collect all these crushed olives, put them in a straw basket. Then he will raise up this heavy weight, this stone, by wooden crane and animal, and he places all these baskets under, and you see the channel from both sides. As soon he releases the weight, the oil will come out and rest down in that basin. The first 12 hours, all the oil will come out, will be extra virgin olive oil. They just scoop it out, put it in a special jar, and they write on it extra virgin olive oil. The day after, they just add more weight on top, and the oil will come out, will be virgin olive oil, also in another container. Third day, they will add more weight. The oil will come out, will be only olive oil, not any more virgin. Then they will raise up the weight, take out the baskets. They manufacture out of the residues olive oil soaked, and what left, they dry it and burn it for heating in winter. So they never throw anything, from picking the olives up till ashes. Now, nowadays, you go to the supermarket, you see bottles, these shelves full of extra virgin olive oil, regular or olive oil. Don't ever buy extra virgin olive oil. Don't pay more for nothing. You just buy the regular oil, open it, and little bit salt you put in that bottle. It's like, you know the size of the saccharin sachet packet, that much salt, shake it, and it will be extra virgin olive oil.
Well,
Of the important carvings from the second church synagogue in Capernaum is this piece. Look over, pillared, arch gate, wheels. It is the same description as what?
Ark.
Come on.
I'll take a step. Roger, want to open it up? The chair? No?
It's the wagon of the Ark of Covenant. Okay, but how this carving reach here? Come on. This is, we said this is Byzantine. This is 4th century. And the Ark of Covenant, we know that it has been lost from the time of Solomon. So we do believe that it might be the Ark of Covenant rested here a very short period of time, and it's not recorded anywhere, or the one who did carve this, he saw that carving somewhere else, he liked it, and he did the same. And we know about the Ark of Covenant that the Philistines, they stole it from the Israelites, and they began.
This is in front of the synagogue of Capernaum, near the shore, the Sea of Galilee. I'm walking down toward the shore. This is the direction of the synagogue.
You read that down there on the bottom. Let's let him read the passage, and then we'll let him get your pictures. On Matthew 15, starting with verse 29. And Jesus departed from thence and came nigh to the Sea of Galilee, and went up into a mountain and sat down there. And great multitudes came unto him, having with them those that were lame, blind, dumb, maimed, and many others. Cast them down at Jesus' feet and healed them, insomuch that the multitude wondered when they saw the dumb to speak, the maimed to behold, the lame to walk, and the blind to see, and they glorified the God of Israel. Then Jesus called his disciples unto him and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days, and have nothing to eat. And I will not send them away fasting, lest they faint for the way. And his disciples say unto him, when should we have so much bread in the world?
Good morning. It's Monday morning at about 6:15. The sun is coming up over the Sea of Galilee. It's fairly cool this morning. I'm guessing probably 50s, maybe mid-50s. Sort of hazy across the Sea of Galilee. In the distance is anchored one of the Jesus boats that carries people to Gennesaret. Here's our room at Tiberias. Came with a kitchen with everything you need to fix with the table. Nice living screen, large screen TV, hardwood floors. This was our bedroom. Really nice with adjustable beds, great views, large armoire
solid wood. We had a large bathroom, jacuzzi tub, shower, neat looking coats. But the most impressive thing is the deck. We walk out to a deck that is enormous. There's the entrance back into the living room with such wonderful views. Looking back toward Nazareth, in the middle will be the cliff.
The black line which you are going to see, it's the same as we saw in Masada. Everything below is original, above restored. Cedar beams, you are going to see it frequently in Megiddo, and this used in building to stabilize the buildings because of the earthquakes. Okay, uneven road, slowly. Track that there is 25 civilization used to be in Megiddo, because every single civilization, whenever it has been conquered by an enemy, destroyed, go away, the new civilization never used the old fortifications. They used to build on top. Okay, because if these fortifications they were able to conquer it, this means somebody else will be able to. That's why they left it and they built on top of it stronger fortifications. And this is how now we can track how many stratas, how many layers in Megiddo. Please.
The northern stables of Megiddo.
Okay, here we are in front of the northern stables and palace. 450 horses Solomon used to have, and we tracked the number from the waste, the DNA test they did to all the waste they found here. And why do you think the stables used to be very close to the palace?
To escape.
Very good. It's the only way to escape. Okay? Please.
Northern Palace.
Schumacher, by the way, he is the one who did measure the sea level. Before 1905, nobody knew what is the height of this mountain, what is the depth of that valley. Only in 1905, that man, German, he did calculate the sea level from the Bay of Haifa. Please. Of the silo, CILO, this is the place where they used to keep and store their food. There is two sets of stairs, one going down and one going up, so they can load and unload in the same time. All the area here, it used to be plastered from rodents and animals and covered with a roof, but it has been destroyed through centuries. And this silo used to be enough, the food inside, for the whole city of Megiddo.
Here's the descending staircase of the grain silo.
But it's not yet excavated. They are going to start excavating it soon. And look to the trough where the animals used to eat. up to today. So in the Bible, what's another word for trough? Manger. This is it. So this is the place where Jesus Christ, when he was born, Virgin Mary placed him over here in this trough or this manger. Crib.
Southern Stables.
We are standing over here. We are going to go 182 steps. And then we are going to walk the whole tunnel and come out from the other side. The spring is here and we are here. And the wall of the city is over here. So during siege period, if they want to go and draw water from the spring, this means they have to leave the city walls out and they might be killed. So what they did, they just dug a shaft, a tunnel, and they got the water from the spring from here, so it filled backwards up till here. So the ladies from the city will stand over here with a rope and a bucket and then start drawing water from inside without leaving the security of the wall. And here it has been camouflaged with trees, rocks, in order the enemy not to poison the water sources during war. Okay?
This is Ahab's tunnel that he built at Megiddo. Try not to get too much movement here.
Doing well, but going downstairs is harder sometimes than we're going up.
And you look up.
I'll make a cut right there. Because I moved it rather quickly.
This one I'm in for.
Yeah.
I feel like a bride.
I'll probably cut all the audio out for this and put something else.
Go down the stairs. Come here and look at this. How cool. Come on, mate.
And it takes.
What's funny? These rocks are much better than they used to be.
The heads, they couldn't find them. We do believe that during the iconoclastic period, 8th century, that it was a wave. They didn't believe in statues, figurines, and pictures and so on, that they did destroy. They cut the heads and smashed them. Also, when we'll be in Jerusalem, I will show you a very nice piece of mosaic in Peter Gallicantu, where all the faces of the animals and the human beings has been snatched out. Looking at, this is karstone, sandstone. It is very soft, and that's why you see holes from the wind erosion and water erosion. How they used to build all these arches and buildings without wood and without cement, because the cement trend, it started only in 1819, it's new. So big stones, they used to put it on the lower level, smaller on top, and then as soon they used to build these two walls, fill it with sand, shape the sand according to the vault they wanted or arch, and then they used to place all these stones on top. The secret behind this arch is the keystone, the center stone, which is like this, very wide from the top and narrow from the bottom, and it's supposed to be in the center, and then all the stones from the right side and the left side until they continue the whole arch. And then they take out all the sand from under, and the whole thing, a glick, you know, and it is there forever. And they can build on top of this 3, 4, 5 stories, and it will never move. So this is dry building. All these buildings, it has been plastered. As you see here, we have a few parts over here still standing, and this is lime, debris, and water with straw. They just smashed straw with lime and debris and water, mix it together, and they used to smooth the surfaces of the buildings. Over there, you can see a bigger example, much better. Imagine 2,000 years over there, the plaster, and still standing up till today. And so on, a very small earthquake, everything collapses down. And this theater, it is as we found it, well maintained. The only thing they did, they add the numbers and the iron rail around it. Otherwise, it is as we found it. The 6 entrances on top, it's called vomitoriums. Vomitoriums, it's from the word vomit. When you vomit, you cannot control the food coming out from your mouth. So the same thing, whenever they used to have a festival, they cannot control the people from flooding in and out. That's why they called it vomitoriums. The center part over here, where the Caesar used to sit with his concubine and so on. And the singer, whenever he wants to perform or sing a song, he's supposed to stand over this slab. And this is the center slab of the theater. They didn't have loudspeakers or systems. Okay, so he's supposed to stand over here, and the wind will carry the voice over to all the people over here. You see the voice, it makes a very big difference when you stand over here and rather than you move a little bit left and right. So every singer is supposed to stand over this slab to sing, and his voice will be spread all over. What Caesarea is related to Christianity. Paul was kept over here for 2 years before he was deported to Rome. And also Cornelius, the centurion, he sent for Peter from Jaffa to come over. Peter used to live in Jaffa by the house of Simon the tanner. He called him over here to baptize his family. And for the first time, the Holy Spirit appears on Gentile family here in Caesarea. Anybody wants to sing?
All right, playing.
The whole world calculates the dates. 70 years before Jesus was born, and 70 years.
Stone. This is a replica, the original in the Israeli Museum, and the inscription in Latin, and it says Pontius Pilate the prefect. And this is a very important stone which has been found here because Pontius Pilate ruled in Caesarea from year 28 up till 36. But why the last week during the agony of Jesus he was in Jerusalem? Because it was Passover. And usually all these Caesars and the soldiers, they used to go to Jerusalem because the Jews, every time they used to have a feast and they found themselves a lot, they tried to revolt against the Romans. So that's why Pontius Pilate was in Jerusalem. There is many nowadays, they do say that our Bible is corrupt and it has been written by talented authors, and all these names has been created by them. And this stone came to prove that Pontius Pilate, which was mentioned in the Bible, here we found a stone dated 2,000 years ago, and what they are saying is not true, and our Bible is accurate. Okay? And he wanted to have his palace on water. So how to build the palace on water? So they did import very long cedar beams from Lebanon, tie them together, and they made a platform. And the wooden platform on water, it will float. So they started to build on the edges of that platform and to fill the area on the platform with volcanic ashes, which they brought from Rome. And as soon you water the volcanic ashes, it will become very solid, like cement. So it starts to sink until it sank in the bottom, and then they built for him the palace on top of water. Not only this, he wants to have his own pool from the seawater, and the water to be running 24/7. So they did design inside the palace to have this square pool in front, and the channel from the right side and the channel from the left side, so the water will get in and out 24/7. He will have circulated seawater in his pool. Paranoid.
In front of me is the palace of Herod, and the square pool was his swimming pool. He had a channel in and a channel out. Below is a mosaic that has just been found the last month here.
All the slaves.
I think it's there to keep maybe start washing the way.
Have you? How many watched Ben-Hur film? Very good. So we'll have an idea. So you know, chariots, they enter and they keep rotating all around and try each one on his chariot to kill the other one in the other chariot, and the game will never end until one of them is killed. Okay. And over there, where is the wooden stage below it, there is niches where the pagan idols is. So these soldiers or criminals, they enter with their chariots, give thanks to their gods over there, and start fighting until one is killed. All the seating area in this side has been eroded, fall down, destroyed from the seaside. Only we have in the other side, you see, in the eastern side, all the western side has been destroyed. The minaret straight forward in front of us, this is what left over from the Bosnians. The mosque and the minaret.
Judgment seat where I ought to be judged. For the Jews I have done no wrong, as thou very well knowest. For if I will be offended or have committed any things worthy of death, I refuse not to die. But if there be none of these things whereof these accuse me, no man may deliver me unto them and appeal under Caesar. Then Festus, when he had conferred with the council, answered, Hast thou appealed unto Caesar? Unto Caesar thou shalt go.
I've done this before.
You've done this before?
Goes back, good memories, good memories.
Emphasis.
So he knows. This is the latrines, public latrines. Okay? So you see different sizes, the openings, and the slabs, big and small. So before they sit, each one looks and decides which part suits him more, and he sits over and he shoots, you know?
Shoots.
Coffee out.
Coffee out. Seawater comes from here, flush all the dirt and bring it back to the sea.
Oh.
Fresh water in this channel. So he grabs, washes up, dress and leave. No, not here.
Somewhere else.
So this is the public latrines. Every place we found one bathhouse, which we saw. One we saw in Masada, another one we saw in Beit Shan, and this is also.
Where did you get there?
In the latrine.
What's this? Banana papyrus? Jewish belief, Mount Moriah, and according to them, Solomon built the temple on top, destroyed, and then Herod came over and built the temple, and it was destroyed by Titus. We are going to talk about the second temple, and which is the Herod's temple. When he came over to build the temple, you see the area, it's not flat, so nobody could build such a balance building on such kind of terrain. When we were now driving, I told you, look to your right side and look the bedrock how it is high and the wall is short, right? And the other side of the area in the south, you will see that there is no bedrock is seen, and all of it is very tall wall, which means Jerusalem is on a slope, very high from the north and very deep from the south. Clear? Which is very high from the north and very deep from the south. In order to build a building, Herod came over, cut this piece, took it off, and he built a wall from the four sides and roofed it in order to be able to build the temple on top, which is, in other words, the area became like this. Okay? So he built these walls. Nowadays, the Wailing Wall area is over here. But up till now, nothing holy here. Right? Where is the temple? No temple yet. Up till this moment, there is nothing holy in this side. Walls, roofed it in order to be able to build the temple on top of it. So why the Jews, they come over to pray towards the Wailing Wall? The Wailing Wall is not holy. They do pray over here because it is the closest point they can get to the rock which is on top, according to their belief, where it is under the Islamic shrine, where Abraham, according to them, wanted to sacrifice his son Isaac, and God sent the ram to sacrifice it instead. And according to the Muslims, it is from where Muhammad ascended to heaven. You got the point? So by itself, the wall is not holy, but they do pray over here because it is the closest to the rock, which is, according to their belief, it is holy. So if they do succeed one day in building the temple, nobody will continue praying in the Wailing Wall area. Because before that, they used to pray from the southern part, where there was no access during the Jordanian time from here. They used to pray from here. The Wailing Wall was from here. And before that, they were praying from Mount Zion. Okay? So, Herod built the temple on top of the rock, which Abraham wanted to sacrifice his son Isaac. The Romans came over, destroyed the temple and leveled it, and it stayed during the Roman period and the Byzantine period as garbage area. The gate which we entered from, it's called the Dung Gate. Dung means garbage, and this area was a dump area. They used to collect all the garbage from all the city and throw it over here and even on top. Until the 7th century, the Muslims came over and they built the Dome of the Rock instead, and on top of the rock, which is on the mountain. And this is the view you see up till today. Okay, the Jewish quarter. This is the Jewish quarter. This is the area from where we entered, and from here now we just entered, and we are going to go like this and walk and continue and exit from this section. This section is the Antonia Fortress, the Praetorium of Herod, where Jesus was condemned to death when he stood in front of Pontius Pilate. and where all the Jews began shouting, "Crucify him, crucify him, crucify him." Clear? Because it's the female section. Okay, anyway. Look to the arches. Herod, when he built the temple, he opened, or he made 4 accesses to the temple. Arch, gate, arch, gate. This is how it was, the sequence. The first arch, it has been destroyed, and it is destroyed, and we are going to look at tomorrow. We didn't have time to look at today because we were running inside. Okay, it is Robinson Arch, and it was named after the one who discovered it. And then there is the Moor's Gate, where the ramp, maybe you saw the ramp, the wooden ramp, close to it, but they didn't find it yet, and that's why they built that wooden ramp in order to excavate the debris ramp over there. And then we have the Wilson Arch. The Wilson Arch is the inner arch. Look to the picture, you see, there is a small arch and a big arch. This is the small one, and this is the big one over there, you see? So this is Wilson Arch. Above it, directly, there is a road leading to the temple. And this is why he built these arches, so the people can walk in order to enter to the temple. So that's why there is 4 accesses from the western side of the temple. So this is Wilson Arch, and still standing up till today. And here is the Cheesemaker Valley, and he did it in order the people in the upper city, the wealthy ones, where Caiaphas, the corrupt Jewish high priest, used to live in Mount Zion, so he can walk. And everybody over there in that section, we are going to talk about it when we'll be in the museum, they will walk and enter without mixing with the people in the lower city, with the poor. They are the superiors, you know, they are the elite, they are the rich, the wealthy, you know. They are not supposed to mix with the poor, okay? This is how they used to think, okay? Someday, so through this window, they did dig down up till level 17 below. Every single slab like this, stone like this, it is 1 level. So it is 17 levels, 17 stones. They went down, and they are still digging until they reach the bedrock. And when we will be walking through the tunnel, you will see that we will be going up, but you won't feel it because everything is done so straight. But if you look to the right side, you will see that the levels 17, 13, 14, 12, 1, 0, and you start seeing on the right side bedrock. So this means you are climbing. You got the point? Okay? Please. This is, according to what we said, according to their belief, this is Mount Moriah, and it has from here 3 sections. This is the elite section, and the Gentile, including the Holy of Holies in the center, and the Antonia Fortress in the other corner. The Antonia in the corner is the seat of Pontius Pilate, the governor at that time. Another time, before we start moving this model, look from here how the terrain, how the bedrock is very high from this section, and look how it is very low from this side. It's a valley, actually, right? So it is like this, going up. These are the entrances, as we said. Arch, gate, arch, gate. This is the Robinson Arch. And the corner over here is the corner from where the Satan came over to tempt Jesus Christ when he told him, throw yourself from here and let me see if your father is going to send you the good angels to save you. Jesus rebuked him, and the good angels came over and carried Jesus and began serving him. So this is the highest point of the temple. And it is. Look how deep it is, because the more you go to the north, it will be shorter, not deeper. Okay? The Moor's Gate, which is over here, this one, they are looking for this. They don't have a clue exactly where it is. They think it is under the ramp, which we usually climb in order to go up to the Muslim shrine on top of the mountain. This is the second arch over here. This is Wilson Arch, where we were standing over there in front of the frame. And then this is, yeah, like this. This is Warren's Gate. Soon we will be in front. And this leads straight forward to the center of the Holy of Holies. This is the area of the Wailing Wall. Here, this white area, you see? Somewhere from here, we just entered and we came over here in front of this gate, and we are going to walk the whole way up till the Antonia Fortress and exit from there. This is nowadays the area. And these are the buildings of nowadays, all over. Wailing Wall Plaza. This is the Cheesemaker Valley down there in front of the Robinson Arch. From here we just entered, we walked, and we are going to be in front. We were in front of the arch, and we will go over there to be in front of the Warren's Gate. This is the area where we stood over there in front of that arch. This light shows us where we are right now, in this room over there. This is the lower level where we will be heading later on to be down. I want you to look over from Amy to Caleb. This is one piece. One piece. This is one piece. One piece, 13.5 meters. You are talking about 43 feet. One piece, 570 tons. 570 tons, which means not even a modern crane could carry. Nowadays cranes, they cannot carry 570 tons. And this stone has been brought from the northern part, and we are in the southern part. Do you follow me? Okay? So how they moved it? They just chiseled it from the bedrock. And you see all these openings, they used to put pieces of wood and slide it on tubes the whole way. Okay, they built a ramp from the north to the south and slide it until they brought it over here. This is the Roman stones. You can see very clear all the Roman stones with margins. You know what does it mean, margins, no? Stone margins, okay? And the second stone on top of the first, it should be 1 centimeter backwards. The one above this, another centimeter backwards, to stabilize the building from earthquakes. Now when we will be walking over there, you will see glass windows. If you look down there, you will see all the building like this. But not that much, you know, but you can feel, you see the 1 centimeter. Every stone, the one below it, it's projecting another 1 centimeter to the front, and so on. Okay, please. The Holy of Holies. Okay, and that's why all these females praying over here in front of the Holy of Holies Point Rock. Okay, please. Look at as soon you pass here. Okay. وبعدين ماكو ريبو. Go through the tunnel and you will see only on your right side part of the walls of the retaining wall of Herod when he built. Nothing else. And then all the stones, these slabs, it is in its original place where it has been found, and you can tell also from this big bedrock they're trying to chisel it and they stopped. Also from this pillar they start putting it and they didn't finish it. How we know that they didn't finish it although they put the capital? From these pieces. This piece is not supposed to be on the pillar. Okay, why it is over here? When the rock, let us see over here, these masons chisel this drum. They, as soon they chisel, they keep two pieces like these, one from the side and another one from the other side, because they have to raise this drum from the floor and bring it and put it on top. So how to carry it? Two men with the ropes around their neck. The one over here will put the rope on this neck from the other side, and the one from this side, he will put the rope from this side, and then they stand up and put it over here. As soon they put it on top, then the mason will come over and chisel these pieces out. Okay, so since these pieces are not taken off, this means something happened over here and they stopped working with the street. It seems to be that at that time Herod died, and that's why they stopped, because the project which they started to do, it is a street project which they wanted to be under the Antonia Fortress and the Mount Moriah. Okay? Please. Below the Antonia Fortress, the seat of Pontius Pilate, the Praetorium of Herod, which is station number 1. Unfortunately, this is sewage water, okay? But in old days, this used to be clear water, and it used to come from this Truthian pool, which we are heading to. From that pool, used to come to here, and then straight forward through these aqueducts, which I showed you, down to the temple, because they used the water to clean the animals and clean the blood when they slaughter, and many things, you know, and even down to the Cheesemaker Valley, okay, the market, because in that market, all these merchants, they used to sell the sacrifices like doves, sheep, animals, cows, whatever. And these merchants, they used to be partners with the high priest. You know that, no? Because no sacrifice is accepted in the temple except those sacrifices bought from their partners down there. Because they used to mark these animals. Let us say you want to sacrifice 2 doves, and you brought 2 doves from home. As soon you enter the temple and you want to present it to the high priest, he looks to the doves. If there is no rings around their legs, you know, he won't accept it. He will tell you, no, this is unclean, take it back, go down and buy. So as soon the day finishes up, he goes down to his partner, they share the money. And this is, we know this from Jesus when he kicked them out, because he knew about the corruption in the temple. Okay, said, and gave him the heavy cross to carry. So this is the area where all these things started. Okay, there is a chapel inside with nice paintings on the glass depicting few of what I've said. Let's go in. You know what? Have you watched the Passion film? Yes. Yeah. By the way, this film is banned here. We are not allowed to see it. We had a very big story, and but we managed that everybody got it and watched it and so on. Anyway, here they just chained him to the pillar and they began scourging him. A scourger, it's a handle with strips. At the end of these strips, sharp pieces of iron. Every time they whipped him with, or they scourged him with, on their way back, pieces from his flesh used to come out. Okay? And to the left, Pontius Pilate, when he washed his hands and he said, I am innocent from the blood of this man, he thought by washing his hand, he will run away from his guilt. But Pontius Pilate is as guilty as the Jews at that time, those who crucified Jesus. We'll talk about later on how and why. Okay, and to the right side, there is another nice painting. It shows that every feast they used to release a criminal, and they gave them the choice to release Jesus or Barabbas, and all of them started to shout, Barabbas, Barabbas, Barabbas. By the way, the persecution not from the time of Jesus, it's still going on up to today. I don't know if you've heard. Mount Moriah, this is the elite section, and this is the Gentile section where Jesus kicked out the. Do you see over here? Yes. Where he kicked out the peddlers and the money changers, and this is the Holy of Holies. And the sacrificing area is in front of it, okay, and the Antonia Fortress, which we are right now very close to this. One first station, and we just walked a few meters, we came over here, and we'll go down to see the pool, which was feeding the whole area of the temple with fresh water. And these are also the entrances which we talked about, the arch gate, and we crossed them, all of them, until we came over here. Okay? Over here, this is the Madela map. It has been found in a Greek Orthodox church on the floor, and this is a small part of it. it is the old city of Jerusalem. But over there in Madaba, the whole floor was depicting the whole Holy Land, all of it, from north to south, east to west. And because of that map, we were able to trace back and rebuild all the churches which has been destroyed during the Persian invasion. In 613, the Persians came over. They didn't keep a single shrine or church. They destroyed everything except one church, the Church of the Nativity, and when we go there, we'll talk about and why they saved it from destruction. Every single triangle you see on this map is a church. Okay? And this is the Cardo which we kept talking about, linking the city from the north to the south, colonnaded, shops, pedestrians, and for chariots in the center. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb and Calvary of Jesus Christ, used to center the Cardo, but not anymore, because all this, from this section to here, has been destroyed, and shops and new streets has been built. Only we have a small section at the end in the southern part of the city. Cardo de Cumanus. Some cities, they make the Cardo de Cumanus to cut it and link it from east to west, but here it is built parallel to the Cardo Maximus. If you look over here, opposite the Holy Sepulchre, on top, supposed to be the Mount Moriah. Sorry, over here. And you see this patch, and it is empty, no building, nothing at all, because this up till the beginning of the 6th century has been made, and nothing was built over here, because the Muslim shrine has been built in the 7th century. The biggest church in all the Holy Land and in all the old city of Jerusalem used to be the Nia Church, which has been built in the beginning of the 6th century by Justinian, and Suleiman the Magnificent in 1532, when he wanted to build the walls of Jerusalem, he asked to collect the stones from this church. So all what you see around Jerusalem is a church stone. Okay? About the temple and the Holy of Holies. Any one of you knows about somebody mentioned in the Bible that he used to give incenses in the Holy of Holies?
High priest.
Yeah. He was high priest.
Zacharias.
He concerns us a lot. He, his wife,
Zacharias.
his son.
Zacharias.
Who?
Zacharias.
Excellent.
Yeah, I heard. I remember that.
Zechariah. He is the husband of whom?
Elizabeth.
Their son? John the Baptist. Cousin to whom? Jesus Christ. So you know the family. Okay. Okay. So these high priests, they used to enter inside that Holy of Holies. In that Holy of Holies, it's not allowed to be inside only one person at a time. And if that person will die, how they are going to bring him out? This was the question. Very good. I'm talking about this section, okay? Inside, Zechariah used to give the incenses, and they used to tie his right leg with a rope and let him go in. And they keep the other end outside. And they used to put around his garment bells. So every minute he is giving incenses, the bells will keep ringing, and outside they will hear the bells. Okay, they know that he is alive. If it is very calm, no rings, nothing at all, they try to pull the rope. If he answers, Maybe he is resting or asleep and so on. If he doesn't, they try second and third. No answer, they pull him out. This means he died inside. Okay? Let's go down to...
Are you blind now? I didn't either. It's not gonna turn out. It's dark.
Dodging the rain.
They used to take the water through channels and aqueducts and lead it to the other pool over there, which we saw it, its sewage became right now. And then I showed you all the aqueduct, okay, carved in the bedrock over there in these, on that pool. This has been roofed by Hadrian. Hadrian ruled the country from 132 to 135, and he was a great persecutor to the Christians in order to build the market, shopping market on top of here. Okay, please. About in station number 2. And actually, this is the extension of station number 2. We are on the same level now. Over there, we saw these pavements, part of them, and here is the continuation. But we went out of the door, we walked over the market and entered another building, and we went down. You see, all this leads us to the same level. So this is part of the Kabatha, and look to the carvings over here. This is part of the games which the soldiers used to play in old days, and we know that they did distribute Jesus' garment, okay, after they played the game, because they didn't want to cut it, okay? They want to give it to one person only, and they don't want to cut. So this is such a kind of a game these soldiers used to play, and they used to carve it on a slab, and they used to sit around it. So on top of Calvary, and they put a sign on top which says Inri Inbi. They were mocking on Jesus that he is the King of the Jews. Last word Jesus said, where?
Forgive them.
Okay.
Forgive them.
Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit.
No, why you abandoned me?
Oh, yes, yes.
Father, Father, why you abandoned me? And he told him also, forgive them, because they don't know what they are doing. As Jesus died on the cross, the moment he died, an earthquake happened. It split the veil of the temple into two halves, and it cracked the rock of Calvary. You can see up to today the crack in between Virgin Mary and the cross. There is a glass window, and you look through it, you will see the crack. Lowered him down, and they gave him to his mom, and she brought him down. They washed him, embalmed him, wrapped him with white linen. This is the anointing stone ready to be laid to the tomb, which is station number 14. Another time. Now we are inside the old city of Jerusalem, because the wall has been built in 1532. But during Jesus' time, we are here outside the city wall. Okay? Please. Part the same denomination which we talked about when we were up top. Okay? And they, when they distribute the church over here, they got this part, and it has the head side of the tomb. The entrance of the tomb is from this side. This is the edicula of the tomb. The entrance from there, and this is the head side stone. Okay? It's called the Chapel of Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea. Anybody knows what these two did? Why there is a chapel honoring them, or
honored the body of Jesus Christ.
Very good. They lowered the body, and Nicodemus was the one who lowered the body, and Joseph of Arimathea, he gave his private tomb to Jesus to be buried in, and Jesus was buried in a brand new tomb, never used before and never used after. Why it is so deteriorated? Because they have a problem between the Armenians and the Syrians, and this is not our story. The tomb to your right side is the family tombs of Joseph of Arimathea. And it looked inside like a catacomb, and there is a pit. You remember yesterday in Caesarea when we talked about two systems? The system with the shelf, first temple period, the other system with the two catacombs and the pit. Over here you will see the two catacombs and a pit. Two catacombs means for the husband and the wife, Joseph Arimathea, family tombs, and for sure his tomb supposed to be close to their tomb, which is the tomb of Jesus became, because this originally it's the tomb of Joseph, it's not the tomb of Jesus. Later on he gave it to Jesus and it became the tomb of Jesus, and nobody was buried in that tomb before Jesus or after Jesus. Okay? The angel's room, and in the angel's room there is a stone covered with a glass. You are going to see what left over from the rolling stone which used to cover the tomb of Jesus, and the inner part is the empty tomb of Jesus, and you know why it is empty. Okay?
Oh, this stone.
The church has been built in 325 by Queen Helen, the mother of Constantine. She came over from Constantinople. She didn't know where is the true places. She got help from Eusebius, the bishop of Caesarea, and she told him that she is interested in building 3 churches: the Nativity, the Holy Sepulchre, and the Ascension. And she asked for his help. And he told her it's very easy to identify these places because Hadrian in 132 to 135, he did destroy all these churches and he built on top pagan temples. Sometimes I do say thank you Hadrian for doing this, because in this he did mark these places. So when they came over, they just removed these pagan temples and they found the Calvary and the tomb of Jesus. They built the church. 614, the Persians came over, they destroyed partially the church, and 1042, Constantine Monomachos, the bishop of Jerusalem, he left to Europe, he collected donations, and he came over to build the church, and he built a small and humble church, and the limit of that church from this side, it is up till these 2 arches with the 3 pillars. 1099, the Crusaders, when they came over, they found it small, they made an extension to it, and they built that part which behind it. You see there is something wrong with the building, right? So many pillars, arches, and so on. Do you notice? Okay, so the first 2 arches to this side is 1042, and the other 4 arches and 5 pillars behind is from the Crusade. 1808, a strong fire happened in the church, destroyed it partially. 1927, a strong earthquake destroyed also another part of the church. 1954, the 5 denominations sat together and they found that urgently they're supposed to start restoring the church, otherwise it will collapse. And the work up till today is on because of the severe damage. Okay, please.
This is the Armenian section of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. See the mosaic on the floor.
One of them is they're supposed to apologize to the Armenians, and second, they should return all the Christian churches in Turkey to whom it belongs. And afterwards, they will look in their case if they will accept and join the Armenian. They began looking in circles, ended up in this cave to find the 3 crosses. It was so easy to identify Jesus' cross from the other 2. Anybody knows how? And oh, come on, guys! It's very obvious.
Thorns?
What?
Thorns?
No, the crosses. Nails. Excellent. Jesus' cross. There is holes in it. The others they didn't. Right? The others only they tied them. Only Jesus was nailed. Okay? They took the cross, placed it on top of Calvary, and 614, when the Persians came over, they stole that cross, took it over to Persia. Hercules, in 629, he made a very big army, and he went it over, and they made a war, and he did liberate that cross from Persia, brought it over, and placed it on top of Calvary. People, they want to touch, kiss, scratch, take pieces back home. And the biggest problem was that with the Bishop of Jerusalem, that every single emperor or king used to visit Jerusalem. He used to bring down the cross, cut a piece, and give it to him as a souvenir. This ended up with the cross to be only nowadays 35 centimeters, and it is in the church of Santa Croce in Rome, the church of the Holy Cross in Rome. Okay, look over, you will see that this is part of the quarry, because the whole area, it used to be a quarry and a garden, and look how they used to quarry, to take out pieces from, and this is all good limestone, and that's why they used to quarry, and they quarried the whole area, except the hill of Calvary. The hill of Calvary was not quarried. Why? Because the quality of the rock was conglomerate, and conglomerate rock is very bad. You cannot chisel. As soon as you try to chisel, that it is bad rock. It is conglomerate. They cannot chisel it. It consists of small pieces of stones with debris by compression. It shows you that it's made of rock, but it is very soft. As soon as you try to chisel it, fall apart.
We just come out of there, it was 20 feet. This is the ancient Temple Mount. Down the rock, that's the temple.
To use it until they restore it, but actually they are excavating that ramp, which led to problems between the Jews and the Muslims, because the Muslims, they were afraid that these excavations will reach the wall, and the wall of their shrine will collapse. Why they are excavating over there? Because they think that the Moors Gate, M-O-O-R-S, is just behind that ramp. Okay? The Wailing Wall area is over here, and the big stones, it goes back to Herod. The small ones on top, Islamic period. There is a wall separating the women from the men, and they are not allowed to mix. The men, they put a yarmulke, a small cap on top, in order to feel a weight above them, that there is a power, a superpower above them. Also, you see them with these curly things coming out from behind their ears. According to Deuteronomy, it says their head shouldn't be shaved roundly, so to be round. So they keep these things in order not to have a round shape around their head, and they keep twisting them. There is another explanation about in between the ultra-Orthodox. They do say if one of these ultra-Orthodox commit a mortal sin and he goes to hell, one of the righteous, since these will float in hell, he will carry him and bring him to heaven. This is how they believe. There is the tassels from the front and the back. There is a talit, a prayer shawl, and there is tassels showing from the front and the back, and they knot it 5 knots, so the people facing and seeing it from the front or from the back to be reminded with the first 5 books of the Bible. Boxes, black boxes on the forehead and the hand with a strip linking both together. According to Deuteronomy, it says, whenever you pray to me, let your body be mine, and that's why you see them shaking the body towards the wall. And put my words in front of your eyes. In order to put the words of God in front of their eyes, they write verses from the Torah on a parchment and put it in that box. And like this, the words of God in front of their eyes. But God, what meant by this, it's not to write it on a piece of paper and put it on your forehead, but to live the word of God. Okay, so there is many things they take it literal, not by the meaning, but by what God meant us to do. Okay, they have also the tradition of washing. You see there is one fountain over here, another fountain over there, and there is a vessel with 2 handles. They should wash before they go to pray. They fill the vessel with the carrying it with the right hand and right handle, and they pour water 3 times on the left hand, and then carry it with the right hand, the left handle 3 times on the right hand, and they supposed to empty on the 3rd time the whole water. And during doing this, they recite a prayer. Why they do this washing and 2 handles? Because they do believe if your right hand committed a sin, so from the handle it won't transfer the sin from the right hand to the left hand. But we know that sins are not contagious and they are not transferable. If I am a thief, I shake hands with you, my sin doesn't transfer to you. Anyway, we are not here to criticize, but only to tell you what's going on and what they do believe. If you would like, you can approach the wall. The ladies. Let's do the outside part quickly before it starts to rain, and then we will be inside. Okay, here we are in front of the model of the old city of Jerusalem during the Second Temple period. Look to the walls over here. There is the inner wall and the outer wall. During Jesus' time, look over to the inner wall, including the whole thing over here. And this has been built by Herod Agrippa later on, which is almost the same as the today wall of Jerusalem. The four towers over there is the Antonia Fortress, from where we started today the way of the cross. The Temple Mount, Holy of Holies in the center. Right side is the elite section. The red arrow pointing down the Wailing Wall area. The three towers over here. This is David's Citadel in Jaffa Gate. And the upper city, it's all over here in Mount Zion. Red roofs, villas, mansions, and so on. So Jesus was condemned over there in these four towers in front of Pontius Pilate. They brought him over down, walked. I told you about, as soon as we cross station number 7, we will be outside the walls of Jerusalem. This is station number 7, the gate. And the rocky area outside is Calvary, the Holy Sepulchre and the church and the tomb. So you see, with the today's wall, the Holy Sepulchre is inside, but during Jesus' time, it is outside. Here it is more clearer, you can see, since the two walls are over here. Okay? I told you that Herod built two accesses with bridges in order to let the elite, the superiors, to go to the temple without mixing with the poor people, right? You tell me, where is the poor, where is the rich? Very clear. Very clear, you see? So all the rich is up there. They don't want to cross all these neighborhoods down. They just go down there and climb that bridge and go up to the temple. Now it's clear the idea. You see all these with big mansions just over that bridge and go up, and they don't see or mix with the poor people down there. Who was living over here? Priests, high priests, corrupted, those with money. Okay, you see the pyramid on a building? This is David's memorial. In front of it there is a mansion, a palace. This is Caiaphas' palace, the corrupt Jewish high priest, where we will be in the coming few days over there. Okay? The theater over here, it doesn't exist. They placed it over here, but this is not its exact location because we don't have a clue where it used to be, but we know there was a theater. That's why randomly they just put it over here in order to remind the people that there was a very big theater in Jerusalem. Pool of Siloam, City of David, walled over here with these mansions. And here David conquered the Jebusites, the ancestors of the Palestinians. And he took over and he made his city over here in this area, Winter Salem. The Kidron Valley to your right side, the Hinnom Valley is from this side, and they meet in the Pool of Siloam. Over here, in this city, also Hezekiah lived over here. You remember the story of Hezekiah, and they came to threaten them in order to surrender, and they refused, and they told them, you don't have water, you will die, and they never discovered the enemy that Hezekiah dug a tunnel leading the water from outside to inside the city. It's the same concept like Megiddo, okay? So this is the area also where Hezekiah's tunnel, which links the city and supply the old city with water. This is the western, the southern part, and these are the gates I told you, in and out, and if they have any death case, they should enter opposite the flow. You remember today in the model, in front of the model, the back side. To the right over there, the two buildings with the red roofs. This is the Bethesda pool where Jesus healed the lame person according to the Holy Gospel of John chapter 5. And the pool of Siloam, it's according to the Holy Gospel of John chapter 9, when he sent that blind man, after he put the mud on his eyes, he told him go and wash from the water of Shiluach or Siloam. The sheep pool, very close to the wall. We are living here and they are the majority, and they don't like what we do say, although this is the fact. Anyway, over there, that building has been built on top of the rock, according to the Jews, the rock where Abraham wanted to sacrifice his son Isaac, and according to them, when Muhammad came over from Mecca over here, he landed over here on his flying donkey, and he tied him over here, and he walked over there from top of the rock, he ascended to heaven. So that's why they built that building, octagonal shape, stands on 16 pillars. Every 2 pillars makes one side of the octagonal, and the inner dome stands on 12 pillars. Frescoes and mosaics inside, and verses from the Quran, and all of them is against Jesus Christ, Virgin Mary, and Christianity. The ceramics outside is done by an Armenian Christian artist. Even the whole design, this is a Byzantine basilica. Okay, why they do adapt this kind of a building at that time? Because when they came over, they did invade the land. The Byzantines, they were here. They took over, and then they took the design to build their mosques from the Byzantine style. Okay? We are going to be up there and we'll show you the building. Let's go around and show you through.
This is the Temple Mount area. The golden dome on top, this is gold plated. It has been plated by King Hussein, the Hashemite kingdom, and it is 0.20 microns, and it has been plated the same year that the other one, the golden onion domes of the Russian church, same year they did plate both, and here it got tarnished very quickly, and over there soon you are going to look at the other church and you will see it how it is shining. So either they didn't tarnish, they didn't plate it good, or they stole the gold and nobody knew where it went. Anyway, according to the Muslims, they are allowed to marry up to 4 wives at a time, and if he wants to marry the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, whatever, he continues, he should get rid from the previous ones. So at a time they supposed to be 4, and he cannot meet them all together. Okay, let's bring it this way.
of them together. It's if he wants to.
Yeah.
He meets one by one, not all together. Otherwise, no problem. He divorced. The divorce in Islam is very quickly, very easy. He just says a sentence, and this means she is divorced. He will tell her, "You are, let's say, Mary. You are divorced." She just back and go home. Finished. Done.
So what happens to her, the woman that he divorces from? What happens to her? Is she on her own?
She goes to her family if she has. If not, she should find a shelter or something, you know. Now, the woman in Islam is half the man, even in inheritance. If a man dies, a father, and he has two girls, let's say 2 daughters and a son, and he left 100,000 US, 50 the son will take, and the other 50 for the 2 girls. Okay, she is half, she is not one. If you have a case in the court against a lady against you, if she not able to bring another woman to witness with her against you, the case will be dropped, because a half cannot sue a complete. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she's supposed to bring another woman with her, so both of them, they will be one. They can sue the man, and then the judge, he can look at this case and see. Yeah. They have to go to make a pilgrimage once in a lifetime to Mecca, and they have 5 pillars in Islam: the praying, fasting, pilgrimage, and jihad, and giving charity. The scales, the arches over there, this is according to Islam. They do believe that Jesus is coming, and he will be Muslim, and he will rule the whole universe for 40 years, and the whole universe supposed to convert to Islam, and there will be a thin thread tied from the middle arch up to Mount of Olives, and everybody will be gathered on top of Mount of Olives, and they will walk over that thread. The one who succeed to walk on it and reach here, he will be judged and enter heaven, and those who cannot, he will fall and go to hell. In the middle will be God, to the left will be Jesus, and to the right will be Muhammad. And this is according to their version that we have in order to enter heaven, to convert to Islam, including Jesus Christ. Okay?
I'm untamed.
If you come stay up, like that over here a little bit, I'll get it on this right.
This is the eastern gate from the side of the Temple Mount.
We are going to see it from the other side when we'll be on top of Mount of Olives. And it has been blocked because during the Palm Sunday procession, the Christians used to walk the whole way from Beit Fash, Mount of Olives, coming through this gate and crossing their shrine and going to the Holy Sepulchre. And they didn't like that the Christians every year do the same. So they blocked it, and they put a cemetery in front. So putting tombs in front of something, it's like one-way ticket. It's once and forever. They cannot remove it. Of Jerusalem, and we are in an area which during Jesus' time, it used to be an Asclepium. Asclepium means healing area. People used to believe that the angel every year comes once to take a bath in the pool, the water will ruffle, the first will get in, will get healed. Jesus came over and he saw a man laying down, And he asked him, what you are doing here? He told him, I am here since 38 years. And every time the angel comes over and nobody drags me down to get healed. Jesus told him, carry your mat and go home. That man stood up, carried his mat, and while he was going home, Jews, they started to criticize and grumble on him how he is working and carrying his mat on Saturday. He told them, the man who healed me asked me to carry my mat and go home. Even they started to criticize Jesus how he performs miracles on Saturday. Jesus met that man 3 days later in the temple area. You see, it's very close. And he told him, don't ever return back to sin. The Byzantines came over and they built a very big basilica on top of the 5 porticos of the pool. It has been destroyed by the Persians in 614. Then they built another church behind it for the crusade at the time of the Crusaders, and also it has been destroyed. You can see that wall with the window, part of the apse, and also they built this one, the Crusaders, on the 12th century. 1187, Salah ad-Din, when he came over, he confiscated the whole vicinity and he put that plaque on top of the door saying that we are the Caliph, we built this building to teach our Muslim kids their faith. But actually this is not true, because the building is Crusader, and you will see inside that it is the Gothic style. Gothic style is the Crusaders brought from Europe. During the Crimean War, 1878, the war between Russia and Turkey, the French government helped a lot the Turks against their war against Russia, and they won the war. And as a token of appreciation, the Turkish government returned this back to the French government, and the French government gave it to the White Fathers, which up till today they maintain this church. The Crusaders, when they built it, they called it the Saint Anne's. Anne's is Virgin Mary's mother, and this is the traditional birthplace of Virgin Mary. It is one of the best churches in the Holy Land in terms of acoustics. Whenever you sing inside, you hear your song 8 times, your echo. Okay, let's go to see the pool. Okay, the Scalapion to your right, so destroyed, and these ruins in front of you, it is from the Crusader church.
So, pool.
It's at the bottom.
At the bottom?
I think so. Isn't it?
Wow. It's a long pool.
Kayla.
Everything to
church inside. And the Bishop of Bethlehem couldn't tell them not to do this. So what he did, he called the masons, he lowered the gate. So not only he forbid them to enter, to steal the marble and to enter with their animals, but also he obliged them to bow down to give respect to the place where they are heading. Okay, please.
Bow down, all right.
Go ahead.
Kind of this manger. Yeah. You can imagine that.
Let's go through the exit.
She's putting her hand there at home. I don't know.
To your left side.
Manger first.
Don't miss the manger over here.
Sobre esta estrella de plata existe escrituras en latín que se lee Hic de Virgine Maria.
Over to build the church, she built it over this side. It was carpeted with mosaic, marble all over, and 4 rows of pink marble pillars. Every row 11, which means she built the church on 44 marble pillars. After the Parthian, the Samaritan revolt, the church has been put in fire, collapsed. Justinian, he reused the same pillars. So these pillars goes back to the 4th century from the time of Queen Helen. All the mosaics over there from the Crusader time, it has been remade because the mosaic from time of Queen Helen, the mosaic doesn't resist heat. So when the church has been put in fire, all the mosaics fall down. Okay, so all these only small patches, small pieces left behind. Okay, 5 denominations taking care of the place: Greek Orthodox, Syrian Orthodox, Coptic Orthodox, Armenian Orthodox, and Roman Catholics in the other side. Please. Or certainly not news.
Certainly not news.
Person who did translate the Bible from Aramaic to Vulgate language, the Latin, which was the universal language at that time, because they thought there is a need that people, they are not, whenever they want to know something about the Bible, to go to the scholars, and there were very few at that time. So he thought there is a need to translate the Bible, and he did translate it to the universal language at that time in order everybody to have access. Bless you. Okay, and also down there is the cave of the catacombs of the Holy Innocents, which Herod, after he gave the decree to kill all male kids in Judea from 1 day to 2 years, they began slaughtering all kids and throw them inside. Okay, since they have the procession, okay, they just block it. Congregation in Bet Sahur, the shepherd's field, used to pray in the cave. Afterwards, the donation which was given from the Catholics in Canada, they gave money and they built this church over here. And it was built by Antonio Barluzzi, the Italian architect, the one who did build 23 churches in the Holy Land. And it's known about that man that he used to know the Bible from cover to cover by heart. Yeah. Okay. Part of the cave. The cave, it used to be much bigger. They built this wall. You hear the people is praying on the other side. So, and they made two altars so two groups can celebrate mass or services at the same time. Look to the cave how it is dark. It is naturally, this is natural cave, not chiseled. And the dark black, it's from the incenses and oil lamps, and also from the fire which the shepherds used to put outside their cave in order to repel beasts and wild animals, in order to keep their flock and animals inside safe. Because if they don't put fire, these wild animals get inside that cave and eat the shepherd himself too. Okay? So as I said, this was the place where the congregation used to pray up till 1954 until they built the church on top. Okay, let's go up to visit the church. After St. Anne, and here look to the paintings, you see that the angel appeared to the shepherds, and according to the Bible it says that they were terribly terrified. But here doesn't show the painter, the artist, that they look scared. So what he did paint the dog on the left side. Whenever you scare a dog, he just inserts his tail in between his two legs. So the impression of fear on the dog applies on the whole painting. The second one, Jesus wrapped in white linen with his mother and Joseph, and the dog also calm looking at them. Look to the eyes of Jesus, it's blue. Many they do say that this is a mistake the artist did, but he meant to do this. Why? Because every newborn baby, he is born with green or blue eyes, and then during the first 2 weeks his eyes color changed, and this means he meant this, that they came to visit him in the first week of his birth. Look to Jesus' eyes, you feel that he is looking at every single one in the church from any angle you are standing. Turn back to their fields, look to the star, it's shining over the place of birth and it is behind them. This means they left and they return back to their fields, singing, dancing, glorifying God for what they have seen, and even the dog is happy.
This is Tim's new stress test.
Should be able to see everything. Hey, Jeff. Jeff. I'll take pictures.
Oh, there's Moab, Jordan. Dead Sea area, is that what you said? Yep. From west to east, looking to the Dead Sea, on top of Herodium, Herod's fortress palace in Judea. An artificial mountain another time. He started to build this mountain on top of the chalky rock. Okay, soon you are going to see the cisterns
all these tunnels which he dug in case he want to escape or things like this. And then it looked like a volcanic mountain. It's without peak and it's hollow. Actually, it is small, it's not big. It consists of 4 towers. One is in front of you. We are standing on the second one, and one over there, you can see part of the arch, okay, and another one over here. 4 towers, very high, used to control the whole.
One of the cisterns here. This is one of the larger ones.
Palace up there, it's small. So they might be soldiers used to secure the area, but not as Masada, the 10th Legion, or things like this. Smaller. That's why, even though the capacity of the water over here, the volume, it's very big in comparison to the number of people used to live on top of the river. Okay? Tunnels also has been dug during the Bar Kokhba revolt. It's in 96 against Rome. This revolt, Jewish revolt, and there is many revolts. The Jews revolted against Rome, but all of them, the Romans, they just calmed them down. And this is one of them, Bar Kokhba revolt, and it is one of the famous revolts. Also, these people also they had stations in the Dead Sea area, in one of the mountains, just in between Matsada and Qumran. And we found a very big caves over there with ruins and vessels and all the cultural things which has been used over there in that community. So this is one of the Jewish revolts which came over here to hide in these caves from the Romans. Okay? By the way, we looked over.
Что, насколько приближает? Приближает плохо, да?
Если вас это мучает, давайте назовем по-английски. Mount of Olives.
And why we do say essential place, this used to be a church built by Queen Helena, the mother of Constantine, 325, and she came over to build the 3 churches, the Nativity, the Holy Sepulchre, and the Ascension. The church used to be 2 levels up this second line. And then the Crusaders, when they came over, they built another level with the windows, and they kept it open, unroofed, Ascension. Okay, the Muslims, when they came in 1187, they confiscated the whole property and they roofed it and they turned it into a mosque. and they made this mihrab over here. This is from how the Muslims, they do pray towards Mecca. This is the direction to Mecca. And they tried to convince the Muslims to come and pray over here, but the Muslims refused, and they knew they have nothing to do in this, and this anything relate them with this place. That's why they built the mosque outside. Maybe you saw the minaret upon entering the place. During the Ascension Day, Christians, they are not allowed to worship or celebrate any kind of ceremony inside the Sedicula, but outside in the courtyard, there is so many iron hooks, metal hooks on the wall. Each denomination brings its own tent, and they just the depression over here, and another one used to be over here. They took the other one and blew it in the dome of the rock, and they said this is the footprint of Muhammad when he ascended to heaven. How come the Christians to have two and they have none? That's put it over there on the wall, and they celebrate their services and masses outside in the courtyard, but not inside. So this is the traditional place from where Jesus ascended to heaven, and this is the highest point in Jerusalem, 825 meters above sea level.
George, I would have at least gone behind you. Our translation must be up in the upper part.
I can't even read that. What is here?
Our Lord Jesus Christ taught his disciples the Lord's Prayer. At the very beginning, Queen Helen, when she came over, they thought that this is the place of ascension. They started to excavate, and then they discovered the ascension up there. And here they discovered the cave where the Lord taught his disciples the Lord's Prayer. Many, they do say that Jesus taught his disciples the Lord's Prayer, not in Jerusalem, because it's mentioned in the Gospel of Matthew from 5 to 7, when he was preaching and giving the Sermon on the Mountain and so on. Also, he taught his disciples the Lord's Prayer within these 3 chapters. But Jesus, we should know that not only once he taught his disciples how to pray, but frequently he taught them. So, the Persians, as usual, they came over and they destroyed the church, and then later on, during the 15th century, a duchess from France donated money, and she restored the church, and she asked in her will to be buried over here. It was war, they couldn't bring her body over. They smuggled her heart in a box and just buried it in front of the church. And that's why you see the French flag over there, and the Carmelite sisters up to today maintaining the church. 157 Lord's Prayers in different languages. Many of these languages you never heard about before. And recently, from few years, they start applying also silver plaques for our blind brothers and sisters, so they can share their prayer with us, and they put it in Braille language. Okay, let's go down to the cave. Started to excavate it. They found it was a burial place over here. They took the bone somewhere else and gave it another proper burial in order to be able to look and see. And then early Christians, they used this place as Domus Ecclesias. Domus Ecclesias is underground caves and houses. These brothers and sisters, they used to pray in because they were persecuted from their enemies. And during the Byzantine period, this has been used as a chapel, and still the base of the altar is over here. You see this white slab. Okay?
Look over your shoulder.
More bags, forehead.
Well, Muhammad.
Yeah. Okay, 5 for 10 the bag. 5 for 10. 5 bags, $10. Let's get back on. 5 for 10.
How many tight stones?
حاول ارفع حاول take your foot off حاول ارفع حاول take your foot off
More like the hammy time.
Where's the camera, Sheila? Where's the camera? Where's the camera?
I don't think that's going to work, Alan.
Camera.
Tony, I believe that's the same camera. Here, 2007.
Jack. تعال يا سلام. You want the 300 book more?
No.
Huh?
No.
Slide down, buddy.
Jerry, you come take a picture.
بيقدر يحملها؟ Take it off. حول. lean back. حول. شو شفت كيف كان؟
هذا ما يمي.
ايش؟ lean back ماما. Don't believe it back home.
Look at Jerry. He's got the camera.
وين ابويا ولا؟
Amy.
Annie, wake up, mama.
Look this way, Amy.
لا بعرف.
Take your glasses off, Amy. Take your color glasses off. Yeah. There you go.
You need budget?
Oh yeah. Now lean back. تعال نزل تعال. تعال نزل. Lean back. انزل. Here, mama. Wait, you're on the second floor.
Young boy.
Slide down.
محمد ابو عريس سيارته. جايين هاي السيارة. ربطة.
Okay, oh. Get that picture. Come on, where's your camera?
Come on, Joe. Sit down, Joe.
Good. شمال المانيا.
Ready, Cowboy.
Maria Magdalene Versus Church, and just in front of us in the valley, structure is the Church of St. Stephanus, the first martyr.
Over here, this is here in front of you, Ashwaris. You remember when we talked about the burial system in the first temple period, second temple period in Caesarea, and I told you not before 1 year that they cannot open the tomb and they should have prepared a box according to the thigh bone. This is the Ashwari. After 1 year, they roll the stone, bring this box inside the cave, collect all the bones, put it in, cover it, seal it, write the name, put it under the shelf, and the shelf will be ready for another body. Okay? Luminous Flavit, Antonio Barlozzi built it in a shape, the dome to look like an upside down tear. 4 small jars around. Today when you go to funeral and you start crying, they give you tissues, right? In old days, whenever you go to funeral, they will give you small glass jars. When you cry, you should collect your tears. Then everybody goes to the tomb, and then they bury him, and before they bury him, they put all these jars on a shelf. They see who collected more tears, means he loved him more, and then they bury these jars with him. It's the tradition at that time.
This is Dominus Flevit, the Church of the Tears, done by Antonio Barluzzi. We're in the courtyard. Building has the shape of an upside down tear.
This is where Jesus casted out the 7 demons out of Mary Magdalene, and look to the cross. Usually the cross, 2 pieces, horizontal and vertical. There is another piece, diagonal. This piece in the Russian church, it represents the good thief. The piece pointing up represents the good thief going up to heaven, and the piece to down, it represents the bad thief going down to hell. 2 pieces, horizontal and vertical. There is another piece.
Cross of Mary, Church of Mary Magdalene, where Jesus cast the demons out of her.
Up represent the good thief going up to heaven, and the piece to down, it represents the bad thief going down to hell. Where Jesus, after he had his last supper with his disciples, he came over to pray, and he went a stone throw, and he went to check his disciples, and he found them all asleep. He told them to wake up and pray so they won't enter into temptation. Judas came over and delivered our Lord by a guess. They chained him. Peter took the sword and cut one of the slaves' ear. And Jesus told him, don't ever do this. Whatever is taken by power should be paid by power. He touched the ear of that slave and he healed him. At that moment, these soldiers, they should have believed in Jesus. They saw the miracle, but unfortunately they do have eyes, but they couldn't see. They took Jesus up and they put him in prison until the next day. We are going to talk about the continuation of this when we'll be in Peter Galliganto and Caiaphas Palace, how they kept taking back and forth Jesus. Agony, because Jesus had his agony in, or the Church of Gethsemane, the Church of the Olive Press. It is dark because in order to give you the impression it is a church of agony, not a joyful church, and you keep going straight forward until you see a big rock where Jesus had his agony on, surrounded by black iron thorns with 2 doves on top, to give you the contrast between life and death, happiness and misery, okay, love and hatred. The front panel, Jesus having his agony in the garden, and the 2 side panels is the soldiers coming to arrest Jesus. Okay?
Read Matthew 26, 36 to 46. There are a couple of passages that tell us how we ought to read this. Luke 22 describes Jesus being in an agony while he was saying the things that we're about to read. And Hebrews 5 and verse 7 says that in the days of his flesh, he offered up supplications with strong crying and tears. He not only wept and sweat blood, but there was strong crying and tears. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Then saith he unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here and watch with me. He went a little further and fell on his face and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. And he cometh unto the disciples, and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, What? Could you not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray that you enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. He went away again the second time, and prayed, saying, O my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done. And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them, and went away, and again prayed the third time, saying the same words. Then cometh he to his disciples, and saith unto them, Sleep on now, take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that does betray me.
Zion, and this is Zion Gate. This is one of the 7 gates of the old city of Jerusalem. Zion Gate, Jaffa Gate, New Gate, Damascus Gate, Herod's Gate, St. Stephen's Gate, and Dung Gate. And all these holes you are seeing in the facade, this is from the war, shelling, when they tried to conquer the old city of Jerusalem. Okay? The city walls, but during Jesus' time, Mount Zion used to be where?
Inside the wall.
Inside. So the wall shrinked. The whole city shrinked from the south, okay, and extended from the north. So that's why Mount Zion became outside. As we said, we are in Mount Zion, and this is the Last Supper room. The Byzantines, they came over. They built a memorial for David just below this building, because we don't know exactly where David is buried. It says the Bible that he was buried in his city, but where in his city nobody knows. So these Byzantines, they wanted to commemorate his burial place. They built a memorial, and on top of it they built the Last Supper. 614, the Persians came over, destroyed the place. Crusaders came over, restored it, and they rebuilt it, and as you see, it is Gothic style. 4 plates used to be 4 rounds in every dome, and each one it has the symbol of one. And each one it used to have the figure, the emblem of one of the evangelical gospels. We know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The man, the lion, the bull, the eagle. Okay? 1187, the Muslims, when they came over, they did confiscate the building, and they did vandalize these symbols, and only the best one you can look at is this one. It's the bull. Okay? And they built this building over here. This is the mihrab. The Muslims pray towards Mecca, and you can tell that this is newly built building, and it's glued and even covering the middle window. And they placed this ceramics and Islamic art glass on the windows. They did vandalize everything, but they missed one thing: the capital over there with these animals. These are the pelican birds. It's known about the pelican birds in the Greek mythology that if you keep him away with his chicks from food, he will start cutting parts from his pieces to feed his chicks. So his chicks to live, and he doesn't mind if he dies. Why do you think, and this is the only capital in the Holy Land, by the way, why do you think this has been brought by the Crusaders from Europe and only they placed it in this room? It symbolizes what? Jesus, when he died on the cross for our sins. 5th of June 1967, Israel, when occupied Jerusalem, they came over and they placed that tree of life, the olive tree over there, and they kicked out the Muslims, and they didn't allow anybody even to pray. Muslims and Christians, they sued the government, and the Supreme Court came with this verdict: one day the Muslims, they have the right to pray in this room, one day for the Jews, and one day for the Christians, and the rest of the year it will be open for everybody without any formal religious ceremonies. So this is the Last Supper room. Here Jesus washed the feet of his disciples. He here started the institution of the Holy Sacrament. The Holy Spirit appeared in tongues of fire, and also appeared over here when Doubted Thomas inserted his finger into Jesus' injuries in order to believe. First rite, men will enter. Second rite, women. Men should cover. And all what you are going to see, it's a monument covered with a curtain, okay, embroidered on it some instruments of David, like tambourine and violin and the harp. Okay, please go ahead and return back. Psalms 121. Enter and exit my gates in peace. Last Supper, it didn't take place over here. It's only 200 yards over the hill. We just walked down here. But why it is here? Because Jesus, during the Last Supper, he told Peter, you are going to deny me 3 times before the rooster crows. And you see Peter over here, he showed himself that he doesn't know what Jesus is talking about. In Caesarea, I told you about the piece of mosaic where all the faces is snatched off, you remember? And these statues, upon entering, look to your right side and you will see that piece of mosaic. Beginning, it was the word Virgin Mary with the crown of thorns and the spear, and Jesus chained in Caiaphas' palace in his courtyard, driven by a soldier, Peter with the 2 keys of heaven, and Saint Dismas the good thief. Above is the 12 disciples and the cross, and Jesus centering the cross. The place over here is 4 stories. We are going to go one by one. Okay? Let's. Neck of the dungeon, of the pit, and there is 3 crosses engraved during the Byzantine period. Look over there, over that wall, you see the painted wall, and then there is projection, and then there is depression. The depression with the 3 steps, this is part of the stairway of Caiaphas' palace. Nowadays, there is no 2 people in this world debating, is this Caiaphas' palace or not? Everybody is sure that this is the place where Caiaphas used to live, where his palace was, and where he kept Jesus Christ the whole night before he was presented in front of Pontius Pilate. Okay? Wait.
Down to where Jesus would have been kept.
Let's go.
Ooh, that's awesome. That's real. Explore.
No wonder they become
Have you seen that? He's in the corner. He's been bad, so he's staying in the corner.
Jeff, you want to read something? I can unless you want to choose somebody. 6, beginning with verse 57. And they that had laid hold on Jesus led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him afar off into the high priest's palace, and went in, and sat with the servants to see the end. Now the chief priests and elders and all the council saw false witness against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Yea, though many false witnesses came, yet found they none. At the last came 2 false witnesses, and said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said unto him, Answerest thou nothing? What is it which these witnesses against thee? But Jesus held his peace. And the high priest answered and said unto him, I adjure thee by the living God, that thou tell us whether thou be the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus saith unto him, Thou hast said. Nevertheless, I say unto you, hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. And the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He hath spoken blasphemy. What further need have we of witnesses? Behold, now you have heard his blasphemy. What think ye? They answered and said, He is guilty of death. Then did they spit in his face, and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ. Who is he that smote thee? Now Peter sat without in the palace. And a damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also was with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what you say. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and said unto them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. And after a while came unto him they that stood by, and said to Peter, Surely thou art also one of them, for thy speech betrayeth thee. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I knew not the man. And immediately the cock crew, and Peter remembered the word of Jesus, which said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly.
front of me is the Pool of Siloam as I move going northward up the Kidron Valley. This is the area that we walked last time.
Okay, the last supper is the Kidron Valley with his disciples down to the Garden of Gethsemane. It's over there just below these golden onion domes.
He kept him in a dungeon. In the morning, they chained him and they took him to the Antonia fortress just behind this golden dome. You see that minaret? This is station number 1. This is the Antonia fortress. He stood in front of Pontius Pilate. And while talking to Pilate, he discovered that he is Galilean. It happened that week that Herod Antipas was in the city and he was in Jaffa Gate. Pontius Pilate called the soldiers and he told them, take him to his Caesar. They took him from the Antonia fortress to Jaffa Gate, and he stood in front of the Caesar, and he didn't find him guilty. He returned him back to Pontius Pilate. At that time, his wife, she told him about the dream she had, not to condemn that man because he is innocent. So he scourged Jesus and he went out to show the Jews that he scourged him in order to release him. They refused. And he gave them the choice to release him, either him or Barabbas. And they started to shout, Barabbas. He asked for water, he washed his hands, and he thought by this he will run away, escape from his guilt. And he delivered him to the Jews, to the Sanhedrin, where they scourged him, humiliated him, spat on him, put the crown of thorns on his head, gave him the heavy cross to carry, and he walked the whole way up till Calvary until he died on the cross he carried. The moment Jesus died, the high priest said his blood will be the Sanhedrin, and that's why the high priest said his blood will be on us and on our kids forever. So this is the whole way from Last Supper down to the Garden of Gethsemane, to Hanan's house, over here to Caiaphas, from Caiaphas to Pontius Pilate, from Pontius Pilate to lose his power. That's why he gave them Jesus. So Pontius Pilate is as guilty as the Jews and the Sanhedrin at that time in
Hello, how are you?
Send you hello.
Came over and they bought this piece of land, and then they built a church, and now it belongs to the Greek Orthodox.
So this is a hill, a tomb, and evidence of gardens going back to the time of Jesus, and I'll explain to you why that's significant. Basically, many people believe that what you'll be looking at in the next 20 minutes or so is where Jesus was crucified, Golgotha, the garden in which his body was lain, in the tomb that belonged to Joseph of Arimathea. There'll be opportunity for questions if you want to. The tour takes about 25 minutes. If you have lots of questions, it takes longer, but that would be your fault. But I'll do you are. You're just outside of the old city walls of Jerusalem, which you can see behind you there, and we are to the north of Jerusalem. The city walls at this point are built on a rock face there. That rock face is part of an ancient quarry, the borderline of an ancient quarry that dates back to probably about 2,400 years ago. Certainly before the time of Jesus, all of this area was quarried out of the rock, and the rock was used for building materials. At the time of Jesus, the city walls would have been hereabouts. The walls you're looking at today are more modern, about 400 years old, but they're built on the foundations of the original Roman walls. The Damascus Gate, the original Roman gate, is just behind these buildings here. As you look over here, you're looking at the top northern end of Mount Moriah. So you're sitting or standing on the northern slopes of Mount Moriah to the north of Jerusalem. Again, you can see a rock face there. That is the other side of the quarry. So everything between that rock face and the city walls had been cut out. The rock was used for building materials, possibly as early as the first temple period, Solomon's time. Certainly by the time of Jesus, the quarrying had stopped, and then what you had is the rock face that you're looking at now. Now, as you've gone around Israel, I guess you'll have heard lots of facts, lots of information. Some of those facts will be true, some of those facts might be true, and well, what we try to do here is distinguish between what we know for certain and what we say is possible. I'll give you an example. We know for certain that 2,000 years ago there was not a bus station down there. That's a fact. Another fact is this rock face. It runs right back down through the garden here. It's all the boundary line of the quarry, and it was definitely here 2,000 years ago. When you're looking at this hillside today, remember it's the top northern end of Mount Moriah, but this bit of rock face here is known as Skull Hill. The reason it's called Skull Hill is because of the outline of what looks like a skull in the rock face. I'll show you an old photograph. It's about 120 years old. So that's the top of the hill. You can see what looks like two eye sockets and the opening of the mouth below. Sort of a bit like a skull. Now, the photograph is 120 years old. It was taken from over that direction of this rock face here. So we're standing side on, it looks a bit different. Secondly, when they built that not so ancient bus station, they covered up the bottom part. You can't see this. It's hidden behind the bushes down there. But if you look across, you can see maybe what looks like the two eye sockets there in the rock face. Because of that unusual rock formation, it's known as Skull Hill. Many people believe that what you're looking at is Golgotha, the place of the skull where Jesus was crucified. We read in the Bible accounts that Jesus was crucified outside of the city walls. It's a place called Golgotha. It's an Aramaic word. When you translate to English, it simply means the skull. Calvary is the Latin word for the same place. So we know the place name of where Jesus was crucified, an area called the skull, Golgotha. We don't know why it was called the skull. One possibility is because of the rock formation we see behind us. There are other reasons why people believe that this could be Calvary or Golgotha. First of all, the proximity to the city. We know from the Bible accounts Jesus was crucified outside of the city walls. Just behind these buildings, I've already mentioned, is the Damascus Gate, which is one of the main entrances into the city. We know that Jesus would have been crucified just outside of the city, near a city gate. We read that in the letter to the Hebrews. In addition to that, running below where this bus station is today would have been the ancient Roman road that runs from Jerusalem to Jericho in that direction, and starting at the Damascus Gate going north from Jerusalem to Damascus. In other words, this was a very busy area, lots of people coming in and out of the city. This was probably the main entrance into the city, certainly for those going north or west. And because of the rock face's proximity to the city, the fact that it's right by a Roman road, the fact that we know from Roman records they crucified people by roadsides in busy places, for those reasons we would say this fits the Bible description of Golgotha where Jesus died. But bear in mind that the Bible doesn't give us really information about exactly where. We've got the name of the place, but that name doesn't exist today. The nearest we have is Skull Hill. We know some other facts though. We know that right in the place where Jesus died, according to John's Gospel, there was a garden. In the garden there was a tomb. The garden and the tomb belonged to Joseph of Arimathea. Now, he was a rich man, a Jewish leader, one of the leading Sanhedrin or council of Jesus' time. He had not agreed with the trial and crucifixion of Jesus. And we read that on the day that Jesus was crucified, it was Joseph of Arimathea who asked the Roman governor Pilate for Jesus' body to be released to him. And we read in the Bible that it was Joseph who took the body from the cross, wrapped Jesus' body in a linen cloth, and with the help of Nicodemus, carried Jesus' body to Joseph's tomb, which was in a garden nearby. Now, we have a garden here, but the garden that you're looking at today is not 2,000 years old, but there's clear, and I'll point it out as we go around, clear archaeological evidence that points to the fact this was gardens. It was in fact vineyards 2,000 years ago because of the discovery of a wine press in the garden, dating 2,000 years old. We can be pretty certain about that. And in the grounds of this ancient vineyard is the tomb we'll be having a look at. The tomb is 2,000 years old at least. It's a Jewish tomb, a rolling stone tomb, a rich man's tomb. It matches the description of the tomb in which Jesus' body was laid. It was a place of Christian worship we know at least 1,300 years ago. 1,300 years ago there was a Byzantine chapel built on front of the tomb. The tomb itself is 2,000 years old. To summarise what we know for certain and what we say is possible, we would say that what you're looking at is possibly Golgotha or Calvary, where Jesus died. If it is most likely that Jesus would have been crucified down below where the roadside was, where the bus station is today, not on top of the hill. In fact, there's no mention of a hill at all in the Bible, just the place of the skull. So we have hymns that talk about hills, but no Bible references. All we have in the Bible is the name of the place called Golgotha. Certainly it would fit more accurately with normal Roman practice if the crucifixion was down below the rock face, right next to the road. It also fits the Bible description if we read in the Bible that as Jesus was hanging on the cross, as people were walking past and were mocking him and challenging him, if you're the Christ, come down from the cross, you saved others, save yourself. And that gives much more the impression of Jesus being amongst the people by the roadside. So that would fit with it being down there. So it's possible this is Golgotha. It's possible that this is the place where Jesus was crucified. It's possible that this garden here is the area that belonged to Joseph of Arimathea, and the tomb in the garden is the tomb in which Jesus' body was laid. All those things are possible, but we don't say we know for certain. What do we know for certain? Well, 2,000 years ago, a man called Jesus was crucified outside of the city walls of Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem with a band of followers who believed he was the Messiah, the Christ, God's anointed one. Within a few days of him coming here, he'd been betrayed by his friends, deserted by the remnant of his friends, and nailed to a wooden post outside of the city walls of Jerusalem. He was left there to die on a cross. He died about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His body was taken down from the cross and laid in a tomb nearby. That would appear to have been the end of the story. There's no such thing as a dead Messiah. The dead Messiah is no good to anyone, as Messiah is supposed to release people from captivity. However, 3 days later, God raised Jesus to life. And it was that event, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, that is the foundation of what Christians believe, the foundation of our faith. We believe that on the cross, Jesus was carrying the sin of the world in his own body on the tree, not as a victim, not against his will, but because of his choice, he took our punishment upon himself. He rose victorious 3 days later over death and hell, over all the powers of darkness. So that's what we believe, that's what we would say with certainty. And amongst all the things that are possible, that's what we say we know. And this is what an Englishman looks like when he's very excited. And what excites us, even English Baptists, is not so much the place, it's the person himself, Jesus. This may be where he died. The tomb might be the tomb in which his body was laid. But you know, when we get to the tomb, I don't want anyone to be disappointed, so I'm going to tell you now, you'll find the tomb is empty. Okay? Is that alright with you? He's not here. And if that's the wrong tomb, the right one's empty. His body was laying in a tomb in a garden right next to where he died. Now bear in mind that the hillside we've looked at, that quarry's been there for over 2,000 years. But in terms of people believing that that was the area where Jesus was crucified, that really began to take root in people's imagination and thinking in the 1800s. The tomb itself was not discovered until 1867, or I should say rediscovered in 1867. At that time, this area was not a garden. It was just really a wasteland outside the city walls of Jerusalem. Skull Hill looked a lot better than it does today, no bus station. But the tomb was underground. What had happened was that this whole area, first of 1300 years ago, there was a Byzantine chapel built over the front of the tomb. The tomb was used as the sanctuary end of the church. That church was destroyed and rebuilt during the Crusader period, about 800 years ago or so. That again was destroyed and never rebuilt. The ruins of the church covered up the tomb, hid the entrance. Eventually earth and rock and rubble covered over the ruins, and the whole thing was lost from sight, and eventually stuff grew on top, and that was it. It was lost from memory and lost from sight until it was rediscovered in 1867. The discovery of the tomb caused a huge amount of interest amongst biblical scholars and archaeologists, because then the question was, if that's Golgotha and we read in the Bible there was a tomb right nearby in a garden, could that be the tomb? One of the things that would make it more positive if they could find evidence of a garden. So they started excavating the whole area where we're now standing. In 1894, the Garden Tomb Association bought the land and continued the excavation. About 125 years ago, this water cistern was discovered. It's underground underneath the pathway here. If you look down what looks like a chimney there as you go past, about 10 feet below you would see the start of the cistern. So that shaft that you look down is not part of the cistern. That's just because the ground level is higher than it was originally. But as you look down there, 10 feet below, you'll see the start of the cistern, see a ladder going down into it. On this photograph here, you can see, get an idea of how big the cistern is. There are 4 people standing on the ladder there. It's one of the largest cisterns you'll find around Jerusalem, holds about 200,000 gallons of water. The cistern is 2,000 years old, dates to the time of Jesus. Why is that important? Well, we're on the top of Mount Moriah. There's no water supply anywhere around here. It seems funny saying it on a day like this, but Israel is hot and dry for most of the year. And this is the time of year when we get rain, but from April through to October we don't get any. And so if you want a garden, you need a water supply. There's no river here. How would they get a water supply for a garden? Well, they would dig a hole in the ground, and it would fill with water. In the rainy season, that would give the water for the garden. And that's what we have here. The 2,000-year-old water cistern, dating to the time of Jesus, which gives us clear indication this area wasn't just a barren mountainside, it was cultivated land. In the grounds of this garden here, below that wall to your left, you would see a wine press. The wine press is also 2,000 years old. And the thing about wine presses, they're built in vineyards. They're built in the vineyards that they serve. And so what we have here is clear evidence of cultivated land and vineyards because of the wine press itself. In the grounds of this vineyard, we have the tomb that we'll be having a look at. I've said before, I'll say it again, we do not say we know for certain that this is the tomb in which Jesus' body was laid, but it might be. A lot of evidence points in that direction. But remember, the most important thing about the tomb is it's empty. That's the point. You could say, to my knowledge, this is the only place on earth where people come to see something that's not there. You won't find Jesus here. You'll find evidence of Christian worship going back at least 1,300 years. You might be looking at the place where he conquered death. So let's go down and see the tomb itself. Basically the base of the quarry. So this rock face here is all part of that quarry face that we were looking at Skull Hill. It's part of the same area. Do be careful when you walk across because it is quite uneven. Now the tomb I'll explain to you in a moment, but you see there's an archway that starts where those flowers are on that side, goes down to there, the remains of an arch. That archway is all that remains of the Byzantine chapel that was built onto the front of the tomb about 1,300 years ago. So you're standing actually in what remains of a Byzantine chapel. The tomb itself, it's at least 2,000 years old. It's definitely a Jewish rolling stone tomb. When we talk about a rolling stone tomb, what we mean is the tomb entrance was sealed by rolling a large wheel-shaped stone across the entrance. It was a rich man's tomb. Only rich people had this sort of tomb built for themselves and for their family. That matches the Bible description of the tomb in which Jesus' body was laid. Now this channel in front of the entrance that I'm standing in is the channel where the stone sat that would have been rolled across to seal the entrance. The original tomb entrance would have been about only up to there, from here to there. So you'd have had to stoop down to go inside. That means the stone would have been a bit taller than that. About that tall, about that thick, shaped like a large wheel, would have weighed about 1.5 to 2 ton. Now, the blockwork you look at here is not original. This wall here would have looked the same as that side originally. The tomb has been carved straight into the rock face. It's a man-made tomb, not a cave. When you go inside the tomb, you're walking into what's called the weeping chamber, which on this floor plan is this part here. So you walk into the entrance, you're walking into what's called the weeping chamber. That's the only part of the tomb you can walk into. When you're standing in the weeping chamber, turn and face that direction, you're looking through a metal fence into the burial chamber itself. Inside the burial chamber, as you look into it, look down to the base of the burial chamber, you will see 2 burial troughs carved into the base of the stonework. One just inside the blockwork wall, which is this one, and this one on the far side of the tomb, both on the other side of the metal fence. The 2 burial troughs are separated by a low stone platform, part in the middle here. Again, as you're looking into the tomb, looking that direction at this wall, you will see painted onto the wall a Byzantine cross. The cross is 1300 years old, it has some writing around it. If anyone can read that Greek, you will see that it says Jesus Christos, Alpha Omega, Jesus Christ, the beginning and the end. That cross and writing dates 1300 years old, so we know that 1300 years ago this was a place of Christian worship. The tomb itself particularly was a place of Christian worship. Raises the question, why would Christians do that? Why would Christians use a tomb as a place of worship? Well, if this is or was believed to be the place where Jesus conquered death, that would certainly explain that. Now, I told you that the tomb was only rediscovered in 1867. Bear in mind that at that time, 1867, the ground level was at the top of that rock face. The whole area was just filled with rock and rubble. It was rediscovered when the earth was removed. It was discovered that the wall of the tomb had collapsed in because of the weight of rock and rubble, so that's not original. But everything else that you look at inside the tomb, apart from the metal fence, is original. Is this the tomb in which Jesus' body was lain? I mean, I really don't know. But what I do know is this, that Jesus was crucified on the day before Sabbath. He died about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, according to the Bible accounts. His body was laid in a tomb in a garden nearby, and that tomb entrance was sealed just before the start of the Passover feast, before the start of Sabbath. 3 days later, early in the morning, when Mary Magdalene and some other women followers of Jesus came to the tomb, they'd come expecting to find a sealed tomb and inside it the body of their friend. What they found was the stone rolled away in an empty tomb and an angel declaring the news that Christ had been raised to life. Mary herself met with Jesus early that first what we call Easter Sunday morning. Later that same day, Jesus met with his apostles in Jerusalem. Over the course of the next 30 days, he met with hundreds and hundreds of his followers on many occasions in Jerusalem, in Galilee, before ascending into heaven from the Mount of Olives, probably just behind us there at a couple of miles. We would say that the life, death and resurrection of Jesus is solid historical fact, and what you're looking at here is a reminder. It's an empty tomb that signifies an incredible story. God stepping into our world, paying the price for our salvation, removing every obstacle, conquering death. I was preaching at my home church just last Sunday, and really drawing people's attention again to the fact that that event, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, is what it's all about. It's that is the measure of God's love and the measure of his power and the measure of his determination that nothing will separate us from the love of God. I was saying to my home church that many of us will face death in some form this year, some of our own. I doubt if you lot will, you're looking far too young. But, you know, all of us face death from time to time, parent, child, partner, friend. At that event, what makes sense of the whole thing is the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
In the grave he lay, Jesus my Savior.
Lord. Up from the grave he arose, with a mighty triumph for his foes. He arose a victor from the dark domain, and he lives forever with his saints to reign. He arose, he arose.